Hello. Hello, my dear sweet Horties. How are you doing tonight? I hope that you're doing well tonight, this afternoon, whatever time it is. I'm doing okay so far today. I am on this like new schedule that has me super, almost like on it with my productivity. Like, I mean, there's still like things here and there that can be tweaked, but as far as just trying to get my editing done, really, all the SEO and background bullshit involved with getting videos actually uploaded onto the channel, I'm doing a little bit better about those things, so I'm proud of myself for that. My hair, I just like showered not that long ago and washed my hair, and it's super greasy, and I don't know why, but we're just gonna deal with it. Of course, who was here first? Let's see. It was Winter Nightmare was here first. Hello. And also there's Mersh. We got Baphomet. Hello. Mama Mephistopheles. And Nuvenol. Hello, hello. Oh my god. I just ate a croissant. And there's like stuff in my teeth that I was not expecting. SKU77ZY. Hello. How we doing? And Willow Oak and Spider. I am assembling my 3D printer. It's very aggravating. Ooh. That is frustrating. I've done that before. What kind of 3D printer is it? I followed a video on mine that was just like, here's how to do it. I saw the spree of videos lately. Fun to open those up and see my dumb BS scrolling by in the chat. I mean, that's true. Yes, true. I mean, I had been uploading videos for a while pretty consistently in November and December because I had my editor helping me out, but she's just been busy lately because she's not only my editor, she does a lot of other shit. And yeah, so I don't actually think it's going to be all that difficult now that I'm on this schedule to probably get to a point where I'll be able to just keep up with my own content. Because I stream, you know, 3 times a week usually, and we might do a maximum of like 4 segments in a stream. Sometimes we do 0 segments in a stream. So hopefully I'll be able to just keep up with my own shit. Ender 3v2. I'm just too lazy to look up a video. At the end, thank you so much with the tier 3 sub. I appreciate that. Starting off strong with a tiny increment on the... I love when bar go up. Number go up. Burr. Oh yeah, I didn't say hi to the YouTube chat. There's Spacer's Choice. The whole thing is nanners. Yeah, that made me laugh. Aaron, hello. We got the beloved panda. Is this a drama with Keffels? Keffels is part of it. You know, it's just, she is one of the people who people are mad at. I was not really going to focus in too hard on Keffels as an individual since we already talked about her this weekend. But, I mean, yeah, technically. I'm kind of concerned about that title right now. Well, we're responding to someone else's video on this subject, but we're not doing it now. We're hanging out for an hour, as we always do. We hang out for an hour first and chill. Oh, and then Elcow with the $10 donut. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I didn't hear the sound go off. That was my bad. Hell yeah. Rock on. Appreciate y'all. Maybe if we hit the stream goal, I'll put my wings on or something. I can just say Skullsy. Okay, cool. I was going to say Scuzzy at first, and then I was like, that doesn't seem right. Yes, yeah, we're going to be responding to Demon Mama's video. Or no, I messed this up. I think it's actually... Yeah, it's actually this. Yeah. I can't fucking remember how to do math. Number going burr. True. Hordes. True. Christy Brown. Hello. Yeah, what's up, Christy and Emma? Pydrig. Hello. Pydradig. Can't fucking read. Whatever floats your boat. What's up? No context. Let's go. Yeah. And XXX. And clicking this account shrinks your brain by 4.27%. Also said, please tell me it's about Keffels. Yeah, it's not going to be directly about Keffels because she's not the only person who does this. And I also feel like she's been getting an unreasonable amount of heat lately. And I just don't want to contribute to that. Like, we talked about her this weekend. I'm not even sure if that's going to be a segment on the channel or if that's just going to remain like a stream only thing. Because there's a difference. Like, there's a difference between we will talk about something on stream, even though this is public and even though anyone who is involved could be watching it, I still, like, it's different than putting something up on my channel. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not really gonna edit all these bits about Keffels, probably. But I'm not sure. I'll have to go over the content again and see if it's something that I think is worthy of uploading. But, like, there's Vosh and all the other people who are edgy and say the R word. So, you know, we're going to talk about that later. DM called me scuzzy in her chat. That's what tipped me off about making a grave error. Yeah. It's very, the sevens are just like the same shape as the Z, you know? I feel like I'm going to burp. No! Hello, Dark Canuck. Welcome in. A video is much more discoverable than it being parts of a stream segment. Right, yeah. Like, I can have public comments during stream, and it's just as different than it's different than it being like a representative piece of material on my channel. Hello, Abby. Welcome in. Yeah, we're gonna, we always chill for like an hour beforehand, but we're gonna talk about it, you know, in about 45 minutes since we just started stream. But we're actually reacting to someone else's video, which was titled Retard. So it's in quotation marks because we're responding to a video. It wouldn't really make any sense for me to say reacting to R word because that's not what the video was called. Reminds me of that meme of a dog being petted and it says, "Who's an edgy boy? Who's an edgy boy?" The average viewer doesn't seek stream VODs either. Yeah, and I haven't really decided. I'm just like not sure what to do with all my VODs. I was uploading them publicly to a second channel, but that's a pain in my ass. So I'm like, am I going to leave him unlisted? For now, that's what I'm doing. They're just all unlisted. You'll have to go searching them out. Hello, Decoy Duck. Welcome in. Honk. Is that what... I don't know what sound actually a duck makes. That is a pretty unique thing. I grew up in the era where the word was used regularly. I had to unlearn it. Yeah. We're going to talk about it in an hour, okay? Like, because I'm almost 30, y'all. I've been around for the use of the word retard for a while, okay? Chill out. We'll get to it later. The R-slurred discourse. That's what we're here for. Well, yeah, they say, you know, quack. Yeah, that's exactly, that's exactly what I was about to say. Like, it's written quack, but it doesn't really sound like that. It's like, ah. That's what it sounds like. Oh, Mama Mephistopheles needs help picking an outfit for a date. It's kind of warm and kind of not warm, so I could do almost anything. Well, I think that the thing to do in that case is that you... True. Hold on. Got distracted. If it's kind of warm now, but you're going on a date, it's going to be colder at the end of your date, so you need to bring like something that like you can do stylish layers with. So maybe like if you wear a skirt, you need to wear fleece leggings and then like a coat or jacket or like vest thing that works well with the rest of your outfit, but that's not too annoying to carry around because you're going to start your evening with that jacket like draped over your purse. Like, I don't know if... Tip for girls out there, I don't know if you've ever done this, but if you're wearing a purse and it's like on your shoulder, you know, you can take your jacket and like drape it over your purse and then it's just there. But that only works with like a light jacket or, you know, something relatively thin. Just little things that you might not think about. Yeah, exactly, Nick. It's a duck calling tournament we're gonna do here. Cue lots of disappointed French people wondering who was late and where. True. Yeah, Abby, like the whole point of reacting to the video is that I have my opinion and I'm gonna see if Demon Mama is gonna change my opinion. And I will lay out what my opinion is. But again, it's time for vibes. It's vibe time. I lost a jacket like that once. No! You gotta like hold it there. Oh yeah, there's a couple new people on the chat. Welcome in. So Danny Fallen, I missed your message a second ago. I was distracted. And Owl Lester, welcome over to the website as well. Danny said stream VODs are now separated in the channel algorithm, so putting your VODs on your main channel doesn't discourage or hamper the views of your curated videos. But putting them whole cloth on another channel will deprioritize them because it will be seen as copied content. Okay. That's cool. I did notice that they were showing up as like copied content in the back end now that they've introduced a function that like lets you make claims on videos and stuff back there in the back end. But yeah, that's cool. I might consider making them public then. I don't know. I just haven't decided exactly what I want to do about it. And then yeah, Owl Lester also said posting segments and clips is almost making a statement too, that part of the stream is important for everyone to see. That's definitely the case. And it's like a statement on my channel at that point, rather than being, just, during stream, like it's kind of off the cuff. Sometimes I'm sitting here formulating my opinion live along with you all. Like the back and forth commentary that we have is like part of how I inform my opinion, We need to normalize clothes that transform, like they have on the designer runway. Have a coat that transforms into a dress or something. You just drop the coat part and it just unfurls into like an even bigger dress part down there. Like the stream oh my god, EB the Purple, you are correct. Also, hello Gamer XD, welcome in. Yeah, hit the like button. EB the Purple commands you to hit the like button. And EB the Purple made all of the cool custom emojis that we have over on the website. So you really should listen to what she says. Oh, Danny. Oh, okay. Your DM's editor and an editor for a few other people. SEO and algorithm optimization is strange because YouTube changes everything like every 3 months. I mean, true. It is. Yeah. I know that I didn't post as much during January, which means that I'm not gonna like it might have hurt my pickup back into I'm posting regular content again, because the videos that I've been posting in the last week haven't been getting like as good of views, like just not quite as good of views. But I was like recovering from moving and shit, so I'm not gonna beat myself up too much. And it was fucking winter, it's winter. It's starting to be less winter now. But it's don't beat yourselves up too bad for having a hard time during the winter, because it sucks for everyone, and especially if you're a person who doesn't go outside very much and who needs to be on vitamins because you don't go outside enough. Maybe just take it. Maybe just like take it as it comes. If you only have 40% and you give 40%, then you gave 100% that day. You know what I mean? What's up, Evan? Welcome to the website chat. Thank you so much for being here. I love having new folks over on the website chat. It lets me know that there's more people coming to the channel. We get like super cool people, including folks from Demon Mama's community, the imps over there. I'm the Hordies. We are the Hordies because I am Dragon Streamer. I don't want to wear my horns right now because they are just kind of annoying sometimes. But I am the Durg. Wait, I cannot get them at the right angle. What am I doing? Like this. Yep, that's correct. Yeah. Long-time viewer, first-time chatter. Nice. Welcome in. Oh, gosh. Hello, Paul Hack. Welcome in. And then Olga, welcome in. Take your D on the reg. True. DM's gonna stream in like 2 hours. Is she streaming tonight? What day is it? Today's Tuesday. Tuesday's not normally a Demon Mama stream night, but it kind of seems like she doesn't have a stream schedule anymore. She did at a certain point. It's a lie. It's a lie. Everybody always tells me, like, you really need to be consistent. So that's absolutely the case with uploads, all right? Being consistent with uploads is definitely important, okay? I can't even argue with that. But as far as streaming, as far as I can tell, like, listen, am I wrong? But Vosh has like 12,000 people in his streams just on a casual basis now. Am I wrong? Was that just a one-off goof that I just happened to be there for a stream that had an insane number of people in it? Oh my gosh. Water. Keffels was streaming at 6 a.m. Oh my god. I actually have an actual sleep schedule now. It's wild. But like, Vosh has never ever had a stream schedule, as far as I know. And he just casually has a shit ton of people in his streams now. Zan streams in the wee hours of the night. Like, no one, all these really successful streamers around me, his streams normally have a few thousand views. Okay, and then like Demon Mama, she used to have, it was like certain days of the week. She would typically stream on like Wednesdays, Fridays, and like sometimes Sundays. Which that's part of why I started my stream on like Tuesdays and Thursdays, because those were nights that Demon Mama didn't stream, and I wanted to be there because I was watching her videos a lot at the time. And oh my god, just started watching DM. Her stream title is "I am the devil of your self-made hell." I know what she's going on about tonight, I think. But yeah, it's just weird. All these other people have like inconsistent stream schedules and also super amazingly good streams. And this is where we make the most of our money, right? Like, most months I get a check from YouTube, which if you don't know how it works on YouTube, when you make ads, like ad money, you don't have a payout until you have at least $100 in your little AdSense account. So if in like March I make $80 off of ads throughout the month because I just didn't post very many videos or something, I will not get I will not get a payout in April. But then if I make another $80 in April, then in May when I get my payout, it'll be $160. So that's how that works. And I will say, like, I get a payout from YouTube more often than not, but not every month. Like, so sometimes I don't even make $100 in a month off of ads on YouTube. Not very much money. I think you're afforded some inconsistency when you reach a certain size, and it's probably healthy to maintain that so the audience doesn't start to expect a kind of consistency that may be harmful or limiting to you. Yeah, I mean, I just thought that Vosh never had a stream schedule. Like, he just rode his way to the top, refusing to have a stream schedule. Luxander is brought to you in part by viewers like you. I mean, Luxander is brought to you entirely by viewers like you. I have never done a sponsorship before. Not out of any principled refusal to do so, but mostly just because everybody who's approached me has been very obviously like a weird scam. It's like bubblegum or like mints or something. Yeah, it was mints one time. Another time it was chapstick. I've gotten a couple mobile game ones that were like, how much money do you want in order for like to read a 30-second ad read on our thing? And I'm like, I just don't really want to do that. Like, I don't know, maybe I should though. I don't, if I only have to do it once but I get like $100 off of it, I don't fucking know. How much would someone pay to get like maybe 1,000 views on their ad read? Because that's like roughly what my videos get on my channel, and that's where the videos, that's like where the ad spot goes. It doesn't go on stream. It goes on the channel. My paws fucking hurt. Oh no. Pause. Not good. I wish we knew what it was that made some content creators pop off and some not. Doesn't seem like it's quality, consistency, personality, anything. At best, we can find correlations, but nothing definitely causal. Yeah, like, I mean, I feel like I'm doing a nice little bit of, like, slow growth, right? We have, like, 60 viewers in here right now, and it's, like, still relatively early in the stream, so that's cool. Thank you for hanging out. If you're enjoying hanging out, hit the like button real quick. For funsies, it usually helps the stream out a little bit. Usually brings a couple more people in right after we get a handful of likes all at the same time. Salander, welcome in. Hello. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'll do my best to be consistent because that seems like one of the things that people say is really good on the internet. I like my schedule and everything, but it's fucking shot in the dark. Like I make enough money to get by, which is good. And like if I can be very rigid with a budget, I do good, you know? You need a spammable like button like DM has. Wait, what is it? What is that? Like, how is it spammable? Does she have an emote or something? My poor dried up scaly pauses. Oh, I've been moisturizing so much this winter. You gotta make a living. Having principles ain't cheap. Again, like I would probably make a shit ton of money if I would just detrans. She uses soundboard. Okay, I have my Go XLR, but I think that the way that it works is that it only works. Like I could press the button and hold and like record myself saying something, but I don't know how to program it with other sounds that I didn't make out of my mouth. Moisturize me. Yeah, exactly. I'm Cassandra. That's me. I can't remember who, but some content creator I have watched used to say consistency is necessary but not sufficient to grow an audience. Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, it is something to aim for. You want to aim for consistency, but obviously that's not sufficient. I imagine collaborations, crossovers, you just need to have a top of the hour ad break like Hassan. To be fair, if someone paid me for an ad spot, they would also get more views if I did it on a video that got like 1,000 views rather than here, where currently there are 61 people. I wrote a paper on internet growth of streams way back in 2013 and ran a survey about what keeps people around. The most common answers were good audio, consistent schedule, and parasocial interaction. That's good to know, because I do those things. I mean, like, I have great audio, right? I mean, we can't complain about this. This is great audio. I have a perfect microphone. I took all the mids out and everything, you know? It sounds good. And then... that's not surprising, though, that Hassan has top-of-the-hour ad breaks. I'm super parasocial because the entire stream is me talking to you people. You're not fast enough yet that I can't keep up with you. Some nights, listen, some nights you are going and I'm like, whoa. Like, I can't even read everybody's commentary, which is weird because I'm used to being able to read, like, every single one. 61 people could do a lot. We could form an orchestra. 61 people could cause a hell of a traffic jam. Listen. And consistency, yeah. I mean, I don't always stream exactly on the days that I say I'm going to, but I do. Listen, when I stream, it's on the same 3 days of the week. I don't always hit all 3 of them, but parasociality is so weird when you become a large creator. It really changes the way it's shaped, I think. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that scales up very well. But also, I think that it's a trick that we feel that there's a level of intimacy with fewer people. Because there's still not really, like, intimacy. Because we're all still ultimately sitting alone in our houses, you know? Like... yeah, and it is a weird inverse thing. More people like you because if you're doing a lot of interaction, which means that you have more viewers, more chatters, but then gradually you can't interact as much. I remember years ago watching Markiplier, and he was like it was like it was like a milestone video or something maybe. He was watching some tribute that some fans had made, and he started crying, and he was like, it sucks that there are too many of you for me to get to know all of you and know all of your stories. And he was like really choked up about it. You're still just a face in my monitor. Exactly. Hello, Glorious Mistake. Welcome to the website chat. Glad I finally made it to stream. First time here. I'll be lurking while I work on a painful documentation assignment. Well, hopefully we can keep you entertained in the background, but not distract you too much. Like, just the perfect mixture of entertaining and able to be tuned out. Excuse me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Once you get to be a big creator, you really don't get noticed in chat unless you donate. It's like, great, it's incentive to donate, I guess. It feels a little bit gross sometimes, but I cannot control the sea. I cannot control the seeing. I was like, I was thinking of that meme. I do not control the die. What is that meme? Where is it? Oh, interesting. Oh god, what was I about to do? Yeah, I do not control the rate at which lobsters die. But there's like a whole series of memes about it. I do not control the die. I saw one that was like a whole bunch of Greek gods. Yeah, Hades. Where was it? Oh, okay. No. That's not what I wanted. I met Markiplier once at PAX, and it was kind of like a politician, full of charm, but no impression that he was really registering who I was or would remember the interaction out of the hundreds he was having right then. Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy. Like, if like meeting hundreds of people in a day, it's just, I don't know how, like, you got to get through it somehow. I feel like I would be slightly dissociated through the entire experience. A chat that's too fast is intimidating and feels a little pointless usually, and everyone devolves to spamming to get their point across. I mean, you have functions you can implement like slow chat and things. Oh my god, yes, you found it! Hades explaining that he's the god of the dead, not the god of death. I do not control the die. Thanatos explaining that he's the god of death, not Hades. I do control the die. Yeah. But yeah, Poseidon explaining that... Oh, yeah, no, I missed this one. Thanatos explaining that it applies to animals too. I control the speed at which lobsters die. And then Poseidon explaining he is the god of the sea. I control lobsters. There were... Yeah, there might have been more than just those 4 that I saw, but that's like exactly what I was talking about. Thank you so much for dragging that up for me. I like watching your outfit rotation. Hope this doesn't sound weird. I mean, it's like fascinating watching a gender fluid person like change their presentation, isn't it? To some extent. Let's see. Responding to messages, sorry. Okay, I met a YouTuber once I won't name, and he was on the speaking circuit for the fish hobby, but didn't want to meet any fans, which, okay, but probably don't show up to conventions then. I do kind of feel like that's one of the main points of going to a con as a creator. What's up, Andes? Welcome in. In other news, I got a gayer haircut and nail polish. Nice. I have been wanting to paint my nails, but they're so stinky. It's so smelly. We were towards the end of queuing for like 6 hours for that meet and greet, and he'd started an hour into that, so by hour 5 of meeting people and taking pictures, I can't imagine having a solid grasp on reality. No, I'm like... I mean, it sucks because, you know, if you know anything about Marxist alienation, you'll know that... like the fact that you're doing the same thing over and over and over again. I mean, it's a little bit different as a creator. I mean, like, I'm sure that not every con you go to is one that you really wanted to go to. You're at some point your manager is like, listen, you're a gaming streamer and you really need to go to this thing. Like, you maybe have wanted to go, but you didn't want to go and meet people for 6 hours, right? And so, like, yeah, it's that thing where it's like the factory like belt is going by and your job is to put in this one piece in this one spot over and over and over again all day, and it just keeps going by you. And I experienced a similar thing when I was in retail. Like, you become alienated from the people that you're serving, because the people that you're serving are like, that is what your job is. Like, that is the product of your labor, is like happy customers, or like customers whose emotions are well managed. Even like, they might not be happy, but at least like you've got them calm and they're out of your store. Ideally, that's like the dream. It's a long ass time to sit there and be cheery. Like, when I stream for like 4 hours. That's a regular thing now. I am trying to be fairly consistent with like that minimum 4 hours thing. And that's like a long time to be engaged and like smiling, and like I get to sit down too. That's another thing that is convenient about my job versus being at a con, is that you might not be able to sit down all the time. Like, Mark is the kind of person who gives fans hugs and things, so that's got to be, yeah, emotional labor. Yeah, that's the original meaning of the term emotional labor. It's like, if your job requires you to smile, because part of your job is the experience of like being greeted with a smile. It's, you know, it's what the store, that's why there's a greeter at the front of Walmart or whatever. And so like, if you're the greeter at Walmart, it's your job to look happy, and therefore how much of that emotion actually belongs to you while you're on the clock. I hear retail and think Warcraft. God damn it, I need to touch grass. I miss WoW so fucking much right now, and I'm just trying to be chill because I'm getting my schedule figured out, and the last thing that I need right now is World of Warcraft in my life. I don't really know if anyone expects to be so famous that strangers will mob them. I guess children of very famous celebrities might grow up with that expectation, but I don't think most people, even if you set out to be famous, I don't think most people really expect it to happen. Do you miss WoW, or do you miss what WoW represents? Fuck you, Decoy Duck, okay? Listen, you don't need to come for me like that. It's unnecessary. That was unnecessary. Maybe you could do gaming streams sometime. So I was doing gaming streams when I first was started out, but at the time I didn't realize that my stream was exporting in like such low quality that it was at maximum 720p. I don't think that's acceptable for stream quality, and I also don't think that's acceptable for my retained video quality, because that's the thing. If I am exporting and if I'm live streaming in 720p, that's also what the recording is going to be, and that's also not acceptable for me to put on my channel. I don't want videos that are only 720 by whatever the commensurate amount is. I can't remember. But I am I need to figure out like if I can, like when I increased the quality of my stream so that it exports in 1080p correctly, I can't stream games at the same time because apparently my computer just cannot handle it. So I needed to figure out if there's something about like splitting my CPU processors, like, because it has like 8 cores or whatever. I wonder if I can split the processing cores dedication in some way. Or I think the thing that a lot of people do is they just get a second computer and they host their game on one computer and then they stream through the other computer. And I just don't have like an entire second computer. So listen, if you know anything about this, or if you know anyone who knows anything about this, let me know. Because I would like to do gaming streams again, and I can't right now. It's a sad boy, though. I'm a sad baby. Stream old games. It might be a graphics card thing too. I think streaming plus playing wants a lot of video RAM. That is also a good point. I wonder if I could just get a second video card. I'm not sure if I have the space for it. Technical things. If money weren't a huge issue, I would recommend getting a used server PC. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea. Lux, what class did you main in WoW? So it's like weird. Like, was I an altaholic? Because I had like five tunes at level 85 when I quit. Or wasn't, no, it was not level 85. Would it have been 90 in Pandaria? Would it have been level 90? I think it would have been level 90 in Pandaria, because 85 was Cataclysm. But, so my main was a druid. And we were on Alliance, and I was a Night Elf. But ultimately, we ended up playing more on Horde. And, of course, at first, I was, actually, no. I never was a Tauren Druid, because we switched to Horde during Kata, which is when they introduced trolls, right? Or no, not when they introduced trolls. Trolls have been there since the beginning, but when they made trolls able to be druids. You haven't played since Pandaria? Not really. I mean, like, I did play retail recently, and I like did some of the garrison stuff, but I was not. I like unlocked some of the races that you can get now. I unlocked the weird elf guys, and I unlocked like the Highland Tauren or whatever the fuck they're called, but I didn't get another tune to max level at that point, I don't think. And I played by myself, whereas before I would play with my partner, which is why I told Decoy Duck to shut the fuck up. Because, yeah, maybe part of the reason why I miss WoW is because that was how my partner and I bonded when we were first dating, and it's been fucking 13 years, and it's complicated now. I grinded out all the allied races. I was gonna unlock all the allied races too, and then I was like, oh, I hate playing fucking Alliance. I don't like Alliance. They suck. I have been an altaholic in multiple MMOs. I think you probably count as an altaholic past 4 max level tunes. Oh, I thought that altaholic was more like none of them are max level. Like, you just keep playing on low level tunes. But yeah, so all of my like max level tunes back when I was doing this, knowing you like Mao makes me like you more as a YouTuber. That's cool. Fuck it. Maybe I should get fucking WoW again and play that on stream, because boy howdy can I play WoW in the background while I'm doing something else with my actual brain. Like, oh god, I love to grind. Listen, Volpera, they're cute, but Volpera have such shitty racial abilities. They just have nothing going for them except for being cute. But no, so my other tunes, so the main was like a troll druid by the end. Troll druid, female troll druid. And a mage, a goblin mage. Big time. Oh god, I love the goblin mage. She was fire most of the time, either fire or frost. And then I had a priest. She was primarily discipline, primarily a disc priest. And then I also had a rogue, and I can't remember what spec. Probably assassination rogue. Yeah, how many was that? So that's my priest, my druid, my mage, my rogue. Those are the 4 main ones. I was working on a shaman. I really like elemental shamans for some reason. Or no, not elemental shamans. Elemental shamans are the casters, right? Enhancement shaman. I do not like hunters. I tried to play warlock a few times, and I kind of never really got into it. What other classes are there? I never really got into being a warrior. Although I saw someone use XXX said that you're a protection warrior as your main. Nice. Night elf protection warrior, since night elves are my ideal male physique on T. Nice. Yeah, I mean, they are quite slim, but they have the big shoulders. I actually did think I did. Yeah, in Cataclysm, I had a max level Pally because she was, yeah, I would tank on that paladin. I actually leveled it in heal spec the entire time I solo leveled that tune. And then when I got to level 85, I just like switched to whatever the equivalent of protection is. I can't fucking remember what it was called. But yeah, those were the tunes that I played. She was a Tauren paladin. Demon Hunter is fun. I just Blood Elf Warlock. You get a bonus Hearthstone you can set in like literally the middle of bumfuck anywhere. Oh, Volpera. They're for people who like doing legacy content IMO. Their racials are fantastic for utility, especially in legacy content, like rogues don't have any healing abilities, but all Volpera do, which means you can clear ICC solo, for example. Ah, okay. I could see that being potentially fun. Does having an alt account do anything for you? I don't think so. Okay, I could see that being useful. Yeah, it just seemed really fucking not useful when I started. Like, whenever I played that and Volpera were available, I was like, wow, this is not good. I mained a Druid, had a Capped Mage and Demon Hunter as well, but always disliked the race options for Druid. I was not an MMO. That was not an MMO I played super seriously, though. I played it very seriously for, like, 3 or 4 years. I mean, so here's a cute story. Are you ready for cute story? I've seen that before. I met my partner at the Renaissance Festival, and we became friends. And when we started dating, like we eventually started dating after we were friends for a while, and then when we started dating, we were long distance because we like met somewhere that we went. Like, we went there and then went away back to our places. So, like, yeah, when we first started dating, when we went back to our places, it was, like, kind of long distance. And we would hang out by, it was, like, the 2-monitor setup, which is similar to what I have now. I would play World of Warcraft with him on one monitor, and then on the other monitor, we would do, like, full-screen Skype video call. And that was the first, like, 7 or 8 months of us dating. And then we like moved in together essentially pretty early on. And then we just kept playing WoW together for a really long time. Yeah, I mean, he got me into World of Warcraft. Like, I wasn't into it before he got me into it. And that is often why I miss WoW, I think. Because I actually just miss having, like, that time spending doing something in common. Which sucks because, like, we haven't played WoW since I was, like, 18, so it's been basically 10 years. Yeah, that would have been, Pandaria would have been, like, 10 years ago, right? I play races for their aesthetic/lore value, which is why I'm a Night Elf main. But I just don't like being Alliance. I do like being a Night Elf, but I don't like being Alliance. It sucks. Human is the most boring race to play. Listen, they have a good racial ability for rogues, right? Human has humans have a PvP trinket pop, like a racial PvP trinket, right? Anyway, if you ever want to learn WoW, let me know, and I'd be happy to give you some gold and gear to help you get started. Violet is trying to get people into the Blizzard cult. Loktar Ogar, true. Zug, Brutus, Zug. Sometimes I do that when I'm on my way to start streaming or editing or something. I'm like, Zug. Like, I don't usually mean it to be as begrudging as the orc guys make it sound, but anyway. I will begrudgingly accept Alliance simps in my chat. I begrudgingly allow it, but only because I played Alliance for like a good solid chunk. It was my first tune on the whole game was a Night Elf Druid, and I miss that tune to an extent because I liked being a Night Elf Druid, but I also but I also really like the I don't know, I like the troll. She's pretty cool. Like, I like how the trolls walk, and I do wish that I could make my hair. There's like one troll hairstyle where the hair is like kind of tall, and I just think that would look, if I could manage to like do a kind of weird braid that was just like a tall braid and came straight back and didn't curve slightly to one side like my hair always wants to do. Like, I don't know. I like the way that the trolls like style their hair. Dre and I were beefy monster dudes. Yeah. You know, Dre and I, you see a lot of hentai about Dre and I. It's too early in the stream. We can't do smuggy chat at the beginning of stream. That was my bad. Night elves are just the only redeeming quality about the Horde. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The Horde Pandaria story turned me off the Horde because the war chief at the time was awful. Wait, was that Garrosh? Was that Garrosh Hellscream at the time? I legit lost a friend. Hold on. No, I mean, I'm sorry for laughing at or losing a friend, but holy shit. Okay. Like, I legit lost a friend because she was very pro-Horde Sylvanas simp, and I was an Alliance player. She later turned out to be a turf too, so like, who cares? Okay, so at least she turned out to be a... Oh my god. Yeah, don't be a Sylvanas simp. I don't remember what the first guy's name was, but I liked him a lot. I think his name starts with a TH. Warchief is the root of Horde's problems, as Alliance is starting to find out recently. I don't know any of the lore for the past, like, 10 years. I know that Sylvanas... Spoilers. Sylvanas became the Warchief for a while. Excuse me. I just... Listen. I tapped out. I tapped out a while ago. Hello, Silent. Just got out of therapy. What's up? We are still chilling. We were talking about World of Warcraft just now. At the we're approaching the end of our hour of hangout time. Although I'm enjoying hanging out. Do we want to? I mean, it's like we're gonna move into the actual subject matter at some point. How long is Mama's segment about this? Is this actually like an hour? 1:53. Oh yeah, it's like an hour and 20 minutes. So that's gonna be our entire fucking thing tonight. And I might not be able to react to all of it and post it up on the channel, because this is probably gonna require a good amount of editing on my part. We will speed it up a little bit. But yeah, that's gonna be basically our entire fucking stream tonight is gonna be reacting to Mama's video. I've never played or learned about WoW, so this whole conversation has been hilariously incomprehensible. It was really funny back when my partner was merely my boyfriend and not the person I've been married to for 10 years. We were having a conversation in front of his mom, and we were like talking about WoW, and when we paused for a moment, she was like, I understood almost all of the individual words that you guys said just then, but I have no idea what you guys were talking about. And it was very funny. Vol'jin was the best war chief, even though Thrall is my favorite. Thrall, that was his name. Thrall, I liked him a lot. I didn't even know you were married. Yeah, I mean, like, it's complicated. Short answer, I don't talk about it a lot publicly. Sylvanas has always been, yeah. Sylvanas is a little bit cray-cray. I will admit, though, as a Night Elf main, lots of Night Elf mains are just fantasy racist. Yeah, I mean, this is the issue with elves generally, right? Is that they have a tendency to be kind of like supremacist and weird. I was a Sylvanas simp up until it turned out she was totally not serving Arthas, and none of what she said in the whole story meant anything. And then I quit a few months into Shadowlands. Oh, she was just serving another Death Knight? Oh shit, spoilers, holy shit. I saw a theory that, like, at one point, Sylvanas dies in a cutscene. Or no, it's not even a cutscene, it's just a quest in, I don't know, like Western Plaguelands or some fucking bullshit like that. And, like, she dies, and then the Valkyr, they revive her, like 3 of them together. And someone was theorizing that, like, oh, because she was resurrected, she could have been basically under their control from that point. Oh my god. And, you know, this is like Sylvanas after she's already Sylvanas, not, like, after she's already undead and shit. We're not talking about the first time she died and was resurrected. Hot take, I enjoy most of WoW's writing, even in Shadowlands, because it's batshit insane and clearly not meant to be taken seriously. Okay, spoilers. Okay, now I'm actually getting annoyed about the spoilers. Because listen, I do care a little bit about, like, there is some part of me that feels like maybe I'll play WoW again. And now I know a lot of stuff about what's happened. Oh, man. Yeah, it used to be a super important distinction to Sylvanas not to raise mindless undead. Because that was the difference between her and the Forsaken. Between her and her Forsaken and then the Scourge. Yeah, that was 2 expansions ago. I haven't played since Pandaria. Like, I have not played in like 10 years. All right. The temptation is strong. Maybe if I can manage to, like, save a lot of money this month, I will get myself a month of WoW and let myself play a little bit. Like, I didn't see it in the promo material, all right? Okay, maybe I'm bitching too much about the spoilers. It probably doesn't matter that much. What are we talking about? SWTOR now? I used to play a lot of SWTOR, so I'll say Lana is Bae. Rip Darth Mar. I'll think about it, Violet. I'll think about it. There are books, Olga's. There are World of Warcraft novels. I did read one of the World of Warcraft novels at one point. It was about, like, Arthas becoming the Lich King, I think. I am kind of rich in WoW Gold. I'd like to play WoW sometime. You know, WoW is an old game. It has old graphics. Maybe I'll be able to play it. It won't be so taxing on my... Maybe we'll just do an experimental stream, like, soon to see if we can play some games. And, like, just... Because I tried to play Ori and the Will-o'-the-Wisps. That's what I was in the middle of playing when I switched my stream settings and was like, I'm not able to do them now. Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, spoilers in a game like Warcraft is kind of weird conceptually because what happens in WoW basically happens in real time. Yeah, I know. Beaver game when? I know, that's what I mean. Like, okay, if we're still going, like, okay, I'll get my shit together soon and we'll react to Demon Mama's video. And if we get to the end of Demon Mama's video tonight and I still feel like I have enough energy, we will see if we can play Beaver game, but I fucking doubt it. We'll see. You can play the starting zones without paying. Oh, that's cool. One of the things that I like about World of Warcraft is that if you stop playing for 10 years and you come back, they give you like 3 expansions for free. That was a great thing about it. I've been trying to like stay responsible and not get back into WoW, but yeah, because WoW ain't really worth it without friends. Like it's hard with, I mean, it's weird because I actually prefer playing WoW alone in terms of what I actually do with my time in the game, but it's nice to have a guild. And as a trans and queer person playing a fucking MMO, it's kind of hard to find like queer positive spaces. And then I'm a super edgy streamer boy, debate bro, so I have a hard time finding even queer spaces that are accepting of me. Proudmoore, I guess I should fucking pay for a bunch of character movement over to Proudmoore or whatever. I can't even remember. I was on Laughing Skull for a long time. Laughing Skull was one of my main servers for a long time. I can't remember what the other one was. I stay on Proudmoore because all other servers are just not it. What was the more recent... Like, Laughing Skull was the one that we were on previously. I can't remember. Are there any servers that are always PvP on now? Or is it a basic function of the game now that every server you can switch it on or off no matter where you're at? It's all every single server. It's either like it's individual people turn their own PvP on or off. Illidan never again. I thought Illidan was like one of the biggest servers on the whole fucking thing. You don't want to be in a huge server. That's why we were on Laughing Skull, because it was a small server. Hello, Anansi. Welcome in. Hello, how are we doing? Oh my gosh. PvP is enable only, and you get a 10% experience and drop boost for doing so, if I remember correctly. The XP boost gets bigger if you're playing a minority faction, I think. Oh, well, I mean, that's pretty cool. I did hear that Finster got banned on Twitch. I don't know why yet. I haven't heard about it. Like, in any further detail besides, like, Finster is banned. Like, what did he do? The femboy community is going nuts. Right. I get the pun for making Proudmoore the queer server, but I also hate that because Proudmoore was, for most of the history of the game, known as the most racist human to ever live. Like, racist against the orcs, right? This is why I don't like playing Alliance. The Horde is better. Like, the Draenei look cool, the Night Elves look cool, but it's just not worth it. I miss my Goblin Shaman, actually. I was in the process of trying to, like, make that a high-level tune, and I just could not get there. Alliance are colonizers, true. The Worgen aren't that cool either. They're fine, but they're not that cool. I don't know, Ian. I'm a mod and streamer there. Oh, really? You're a mod over there for Finster? I did not know that, Anansi. Did he do a nip slip? That would be an interesting legal case. Jaina killed her own father because he was just too racist. Oh man, it's been a while since I should read the novels. That would be cool. Bro, that would be fun. Doing, like what I was describing before about like, I don't want to read the book to you like an audiobook. I just want to like skim and like paraphrase and like tell you roughly what happens, with like spoilers and stuff of like World of Warcraft novels. That would be fun. Hello, Gayfash, welcome in. Yeah, I think it was Admiral Proudmoore that Silent was referring to. She just let the Horde kill her dad. She didn't do it herself. If she could have stopped it, then she basically, like, by her inaction, killed him, right? I pledge my allegiance to the Twink King. Anduin. Ooh. Mama Mephistopheles going on your date soon? Listen, you look cute, okay? You're looking cute. You did a good on that cat eye. It's looking good. You did good. I hope that you have a good time. TBH, if I could, I'd be neutral in WoW. I mean, you can play a panda, and that's like close to being neutral, right? Oh, hello, Morningstar System. How are y'all tonight? She actively told them what was going on and that he needed to die. She just didn't do it herself, basically. Be back when I get home. Yeah, be safe. You should high-key react to the 2D WoW character teasers they released before a lot of the expansions were released. Do you mean like for each expansion? Or like from original classic WoW? Or what, like, what are you referring to? I know they make you choose once you leave the turtle, but like... Yeah, I don't know. I guess a lot of the Horde and Alliance bullshit is a little bit less pronounced in Pandaria because they're both doing so much fucked up shit. Because ultimately, you're supposed to be, like, sympathetic to the pandas. This is not a good way to do stream. Like, this is not a good way to make money on stream, is by talking about fucking World of Warcraft. What we have to do is we have to... Here's how we're gonna... Listen, we have to trick people into getting interested in WoW. And how we're gonna do that is we're gonna do politics streams while playing WoW. Does anybody else do that? Listen, because I know that, like, Destiny plays League of Legends, right? Fucking Vosh was playing, like, Elder Scrolls games, like Elden Ring, right? And, like, Keffels plays Raft. Xander Hall plays some kind of survival something or other. I will not watch you play WoW. No? What if it's, like, not the main point? It's just, like, that's what's on in the background, but we're still talking about politics and I'm still reading chat. It's like, it would be like what we're doing right now, but, like, I'm just grinding and killing things in the background. WoW has inexplicable transgender vibes. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily wrong. I don't know why either. Like, why does it? I don't know. Dalaran. Oh my god. There's this parody song lady that I used to listen to. I don't think she does that. I don't think she does them anymore, but she would do like parodies of popular, usually hip-hop songs. And the one that just kicked into my brain because I read the name, I actually used to say Dalaran when I played the game. I called it Dalaran, but what is the song that she's actually parodying? I can't remember. She's like, I'm in Dalaran, attention whoring till you love me. Paparazzi. Yeah, that's Paparazzi. That's Lady Gaga. She's like, I'm always online. I only log at server reset time. And that is accurate. Tuesday mornings, y'all. Tuesday morning. You cannot play WoW. No Tuesdays for you. I fucking love WoW. I hate how much I love it and I want to play it. It's so upsetting to me. Holding out for a healer? Okay. I have not heard that one. I thought it was Dalaran. I always said Dalaran. Give us the bow voice? What bow voice do you want? What do you want? That's not even my favorite song. Can we get a WoW channel to nerd out over WoW and just pick a channel? Just pick a channel to fucking nerd out about it. I'm trying not to create a bunch of... So, first of all, if you're not in the Discord server, you should check it out. There's like 60 people here. First of all, hit like on the stream, because we are going to start talking about the actual topic soon. But join the Discord server. One of my goals here was so there would not be too many separate segments, because like it's a really overwhelming if you join a fucking Discord server and there are a bunch of different channels, right? Yeah, 60 people chilling for an hour-long WoW rant. Thank you for letting me bitch about this. My BF said you were a druid main, gang shit. Yeah, Dashy Heels. Yeah, I was primarily a boomkin. Primarily a boomkin. But I played all, you know. I wanted to be a good druid all around, so I played a boomkin. Can out deeps that boom ba-doom boom boom ba-doom boomkin. That boom ba-doom boom boom ba-doom boomkin. That's one of the other songs that, damn it, I thought you were fellow Resto gang. Nope. Resto, listen, especially when they took away tree form as like just the main way that you could exist as a fucking Resto druid. Listen, there were times when I would be Resto when it fucking was called for, all right? But then they took away tree form. Just what is the listen, why would you make tree form you pop it and it's got a cooldown, like you can only be there for like 30 seconds and then it has a 3-minute cooldown? Like, this is bullshit. No, I am a druid. The whole fucking point is that I'm a shapeshifter. Did they end up doing the same thing with owl form too? Did they end up making so that your bear owl guy was like a fucking cooldown? Because part of the reason why, listen, this is part of the reason why I quit when I ended up quitting. Part of the reason why I quit was because they changed things in the like background of like how to like allocate your points and stuff. And then they made me choose between having Typhoon and having Cyclone. And I was a PvP druid. So I lost my fucking mind. Oh yeah, there's a glyph form of the boomkin now. Like listen, Typhoon, yeah, no, I know I can have both again now. That was a game ruining change for me. I was pissed. I was a PvP druid for sure. Like, my partner and I would go up on the lumber mill in Arathi Basin. Is that right? Arathi Basin? Or was Arathi Basin a different one? No, that is what, yeah. We would go up on the lumber mill and he would like be on his priest and use mind control and like run the person toward the edge. And I would be stealthed in my cat form. Like, I would be in my cat form and then in stealth mode. And I would be like creeping up as he would mind control the person close to the cliff, and then they would pop their PvP trinket right before they jumped off the cliff, and then I would Typhoon them from my cat form, because you can do that. It just takes you out of stealth and out of cat form automatically, and then you just push, like the Typhoon goes out in front of the character in a cone, and it just like is a knockback. So we would just knock people off the edge of the cliff. It was a lot of fun. We had funs. Which one is the one you used to knock people off the Alterac Valley Bridge? I didn't really play AV as much, but that would have been Typhoon. Yeah. That would have been Typhoon. Warrior main, rise up. There are a shocking number of you in here who are into the World of Warcraft. I guess that makes sense with the fact that the word retard is in the stream title. I was like, first I was making a joke about the fact that people who play WoW are the type of edgy people who say the word retarded. And then secondly, I was like, yes, as I was saying it, I was like, I am also calling you retarded. I was like, oh no. So I meant it the first way initially. I was trying to say that people who play WoW are, you know, terrible, edgy people who use slurs. Self-burn. Yeah. The rare self-burn. So yeah, everybody who's in here to hear me talk about the retard word, of course you all would enjoy. It attracts nerds and assholes equally. Yeah. I feel like such an outsider. Yeah. It was a joke. I'm joking. There are a lot of more woke type people who play WoW, because WoW is a game for everyone. WoW's endgame is miserable every first season of the X-Pack. How long is the first season? Is that the first year? Because, like, I joined in the second year of Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, Proudmoore is the queer server. First few months. Okay. Yeah, the first few months are always kind of a shit show. Technically, every character is non-binary in most quests. That's not true. Because, so the last time I played WoW, and I did play retail, I was playing on my goblin mage, who was female for most of the time. But when you do the garrison quests, like you're trying to get your little garrison thing set up, it's actually very heavily gendered in the text and like maybe even the cutscenes. So I actually changed the gender to male of my goblin, even though I don't like playing male characters most of the time, because I didn't want to continue to get misgendered in that way. Like, it was really annoying. Like, I would rather be called male than... and, like, have a character that I dislike looking at, and I'll just change her back later, you know? Yeah, goblins are bad. So, I had, like, I was not on a roleplay server, but I did kind of roleplay in my mind, like, my goblin character, my goblin mage specifically, she left the goblin starting zone as soon as possible, right? And then I leveled her through the undead starting area. So like my headcanon for her is that she's not like she wasn't like other goblins. Like she ended up with more of the kind of values of an undead. Oh, hey, Dashi. So actually the website chat is not from Twitch. The chat that's over here, anybody who's new tonight, this chat is on my website, luxander.net/live. You should head over. Hit the like button before you head over. And then come on and hang out on the website chat where we have custom emojis and a direct function, a direct subscription function where you can send money to me and Google will not take 30% of your donation off the top for their profits. She's not like other goblins, exactly. Yeah. Oh, man. Morningstar System, I love that cutscene. That is my favorite cutscene in the whole fucking game. At least, well, so far. I haven't watched any of the shit since Panda, obviously, but yeah. Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? And then he just fucking kills everybody. Like, bro, he will fuck your shit up. I should do VO. That would be fun. Have you not seen the Daughter of the Sea song? No. No. Yeah, you're not wrong. The goblins and the fucking... Yeah. The anti-Semitic tropes. I get it. All right. Their noses and their money grubbing and the yeah. What is this? I just want to know what this is. Oh, it's a cutscene. Yeah, no, I don't want to try to watch. Well, if I'm playing the game normally, the cutscenes are going to happen, but I'm not actually playing the game right now. Dashi, you made it. Welcome to the website. Hello. I cosplay Putris. He's one of my favorites. Putris is just fucking so bomb. I love that. I love Dragonblight so much. Why? Why do I love Dragonblight so much? I don't know. Stalking around on my rogue, killing the elites there before they fucking nerfed them. Do you remember how there used to be those tall guys running around Dragonblight who had like most of them had the silver, but some of them had the gold dragon on them, and they had like 20,000 health, and I was a rogue with like fucking 3k health, and I just CC'd those bitches to death. That was a good time. I like playing rogue. I love this conversation so freaking much. Okay, listen, I guess we'll have to fucking give in to the temptation and play WoW again someday. Even if I can't have the things that it reminds me of. That's okay. I could nerd out on WoW for hours. Honestly, I mean, this is like one of the things that I have that has been kind of nice about my my partner and I is like, even though we hadn't played WoW for like almost 10 years, like we can just stop everything that we're doing and have a conversation about it for an hour. It hasn't happened in a while, but yeah, it's fun. WoW streamer arc, maybe, I don't know. It depends on whether I can get my fucking computer to work correctly. So, all right. So we've been going for like an hour and a half. I left for 20 minutes to make tea and y'all are still talking about WoW. Listen, okay, I'm trying to wrap it up. All right. I think I need to change my hoodie because I'm kind of warm. So I'm going to change my hoodie. I'm going to get some more water and I'm going to get ready to do this segment reacting to Demon Mama. I'm going to try to react to her whole segment, so it'll take as long as it takes. Like, we might end up going pretty late tonight. It just depends on how long it takes me to get through this, so. If you go full WoW streamer, I'm going to Manchurian candidate you for when you eventually meet Osmongold at a con. There were so many words in there that I didn't understand. Late night Luxander. I mean, it depends. It depends on how long it takes me to get through this shit. I'm not going to go full WoW streamer because I don't want to do it every time. I don't multitask very well. No, I don't know Asmon. Is he a streamer of WoW? I'm a loner. I do WoW by myself. I don't have WoW related community. Maybe I should. He's the biggest WoW streamer. Yeah, I don't know. The only person I know who streams World of Warcraft is Steph Sanyati, who is a trans creator. Like, that's the reason why I know who she is, because she's a trans creator. Anyway, I'm about to take a step away just to get some water and take off my hoodie and, like, switch to a different hoodie, okay? So then we're going to get started on the actual content for tonight, talking about Demon Mama's segment, where she's talking about the word retard. And I'll share some of my opinions probably before we even really get into reacting to her video. And I'm basically going to see if she's going to convince me to change what I do. Which, yeah, so I'll lay out like what I believe about it, and then we'll talk about what Demon Mama believes about it. So, yeah, don't go anywhere. Just hit like really fast and get yourself something to drink maybe. And I'll be back momentarily. Okay, be good. You know, it would help if I had my water cup if I was trying to refill it. That would be good. I was so focused on needing to pee. Ooh, you know what I also forgot to do? The other thing that I forgot to do was turn on the fucking lights. Aziz, lights. Come on, there's my remote. My remote. There it is. Ooh, okay. It comes across the way that I want it to, like pink and blue behind me when I'm looking at it. But then, it's kind of hard for me to tell on this. Like, does it just look like it's straight up pink, or does it look like there's blue in there as well? I don't know. Yeah, the Fifth Element. Thank you so much for catching my reference. I appreciate that. Water out, water in. Precisely. Okay. Y'all are just launching right into it. Y'all are so opinionated. It looks pink and purple. Okay. Maybe this one needs to be a different blue. Hold on. Okay, what about that? Is that more... I don't know. Maybe I'm just not going to be able to have the color scheme that I want. Boo. Oh yeah, the blue is so faint. No wonder it doesn't come across. Holy shit. Yeah, that like that pink is just like so intense. It like drowns it out. Purple's a little bit less intense. Now it's purple and blue. Still mostly just looks purple. The struggles. My life is so hard, you guys. My life is so hard. Oh my god. Oh my god, yeah, y'all are just like ready to launch into this discourse. Oh my god. You're like getting way ahead of me here. I'm still dicking around with my lights. Oh man. I'm just like, what color should this be? Should we just do red this time? Too much discourse. Yeah, true. I need a break. You know, I was actually thinking this. Hold on. Okay. I don't like red. I don't like how the red looks with my vines. It's just not good. That's a little gentler. Okay. That's just gonna be... It's a little bit more mellow, okay? We'll try that out. Oh, God. What about orange or yellow? I do like orange and yellow. That does... I usually do this one. That's a good one. Do you like orange and yellow? It's like a nice calm color, but it also looks really washed out today for some reason to me. I don't know. I want to change it back to the purple. All right, cool. All right, so actually go ahead and click like if you haven't yet. Do that, because we are going to get started and react to this demon mod thing. Actually getting into the seriousness. Too much discourse. Yeah, I was actually thinking... It's funny how this is... Like, this doesn't matter. I want to be upfront about this. oh my God, hold on. I'm trying to think of how I'm trying to say this. Okay, so today we are going to talk about the R word or the R slur. We are going to hear the word during this stream, during this segment, and probably other slurs as well, based on having already previewed the thing that we're going to be reacting to. So hold on. I want to be clear that this doesn't matter. Like, part of my opinion and like where I've come to on this, like the word is like, this kind of doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's funny that to me, taking a break from the serious content means just like, let's engage in a different kind of conflict and discourse for fun, I guess. This is what my life is like now. I have all this very serious content about how trans people are losing their rights across this country and there's increased stochastic terrorist activity going on. And so I just want to keep that in mind that like, yeah, I am participating in a ridiculous sideshow that doesn't matter at all. And I'm doing that knowingly because this is how I take a break from actual serious political content. And like people who are actually deeply invested in this like R word discourse, like I wonder sometimes if they actually do experience serious problems in their lives, if this is the thing that they are spending their time online like focused on, and like this is the thing that they're bitching about. Because like here's where I'm coming from on the R word. I am almost 30 years old, and I grew up in a world where we just said that's like we just like said stuff was retarded to mean like a shorthand for like that's stupid, or like maybe even that's silly. Like it didn't even necessarily always have a negative connotation. Like you could say it and mean it in like a loving way, like, oh, you're being a dork, you know? But generally, yeah, a lot of the time it was used in the negative way to mean like that's stupid. We also used the word gay to mean like that's stupid, just to be totally clear. So that's where I came from. Oh my God, I have to shift around on my leggies. This is, where I came from on this was a world where you used the words gay and retarded to mean this is stupid. And then it started, like really, honestly, the campaign to stop saying retarded was in high school for me, I guess. Like that's when they started trying to raise awareness that like this is a term that specifically applies to certain types of developmentally disabled people, and this is not useful to do. Like it actively stigmatizes in the same way that like we don't really want people to say that's gay to mean that's stupid or that's bad, because we don't want there to be a conflation between badness and gay, right? You don't want there to be that conflation. I'm gonna be completely honest. I do still sometimes use the word gay that way. Not really on stream very much, but like and not even always sincerely. Like I'll have the reflexive thought of like, oh my God, that's so fucking gay. And then I'm like, that's interesting that happened. And then I laugh because it's amusing that just happened. I guess just because I grew up hearing the term that way. I don't genuinely think that being gay is a bad thing, but replace gay with mid. Yeah, I guess that would work. But it was the same thing with, you don't want to say the R word, because when you say that, it is also fitting in this type of person, and this type of even medical diagnosis is now something you're saying as just like, it means bad or stupid. So I became aware of those arguments, and I was a raging SJW. I don't know if you know this. If you're a new viewer to my channel, hit the like button if you knew that I used to be an SJW. You should also hit the like button if you didn't know that I used to be an SJW, or that, I have any relation to the term SJW. I don't think of myself that way anymore, partially because of the puritanical behavior surrounding terms like this, right? I don't like, I just don't. Okay, like, I really did believe for a long time that, like, you really shouldn't say it at all. Because anytime you're saying it, you're inherently lumping in this entire subgroup of people into that. And I tried really hard not to use that language. And I tried to police other people. And I declared that some people are, like, bad inherently because they won't stop saying it. Like, and then gradually, that type of puritanism, that type of mongrel policing within the community, I decided that I did not want to be affiliated with SJWs anymore. And, like, it wasn't having anything to do with the R word. This is like, it was just that the general culture around, if you say the wrong thing or you ask the wrong question, or you're trying to work through some issue and you're saying the problematic beliefs that we've all been taught, but you're saying them out loud because you're having trouble, like, being unconvinced of those things, you can just lose your entire social network and community. And that's why I don't like SJWs. And nowadays we would call this woke scold. I like woke scold more than SJW because I think that woke scold is a more accurate term that describes the behavior. Like, SJW, social justice warrior, it had kind of, like, describes a set of beliefs. Just like, my existence as a non-binary person back then made me an SJW. Whether or not I was politically active, I was also politically active. But if I've seen people who aren't politically active be forced into doing that because they just exist as a non-binary person and they're being constantly pressured to be that, right? So I didn't identify with being an SJW anymore because I just couldn't deal with the constant, like, my fear of abandonment was just constantly triggered. I was like, I could say the wrong thing someday and then I won't have any friends anymore. So, fear of abandonment, people might know how this classic routine works. You cut off all the people that you think are going to abandon you before they have a chance to abandon you. Like, you just cut all of them off before they have a chance to say, we don't want to be your friend anymore. Yay. So I kind of just didn't have a great backup plan for a while, though, about that. Yeah, and then so gradually I've become more interested in communities that are not so pure, and that's kind of like what attracted me to Vosh, and that's why I like Demon Mama and some of these other people, because they are willing to be a little bit edgy, I guess. Like, and because they're willing to be edgy, I know that I can be however it is that I am in those spaces, and I won't get ejected. Like, it's a space where my pronouns are validated, and I could say something a little off the cuff and I wouldn't completely lose out on all these people who are welcoming to me, So it's become a little bit more normalized again for me to hear the word retarded. And that has made me go like, okay, well, I started having this shocked reaction. Do y'all experience that? It's like when you hear the N-word and you actually hear the N-word from, like, a non-black person. Obviously, like, this doesn't happen in my brain when black people are calling each other the N-word casually in the way that you would say bro or whatever. But, when you hear a white person say the N-word and it, like, shocks you and it really, like, zings you physically, I started to have that with the R word when I would hear people say that's retarded. And, it's like a big, funny joke, big deal, I guess. I mean, it's like, because people are upset when Vosh says it, people are like, oh, is he about to say it? Like, oh, is he about to drop it? Oh my gosh. Yeah, can we get I can't remember if this is actually the command. Oh, I have to, like, oh yeah, thank you. I can't remember how any of this shit works. Appreciate that. Reason, perma, true. Okay, I don't even know where I was. I was talking right then. Yeah, so yeah, Demon Mama Vosh, these people, it's like it's becoming more normal for me to hear the term retarded, and like it's kind of wearing down a little bit of that reflexively, like I don't know how to describe the reaction. Just like feeling like almost a physical response to hearing this word. And I people being like shocked by it, like viscerally shocked by it. I just don't feel that way anymore. And on reflection, I don't like having a lot of different words that have that kind of power over me, that make me feel like viscerally upset in that way. And like these words are charged to various degrees. The N-word is very, very charged in a very specific way with a very specific history. And it hasn't ever been used as a more, I don't think it's ever been used as a more general term for like a person that sucks and is bad. Like I'm pretty sure it has consistently always talked about black people. And like, I think with something like the types of terms that like retardation was like a medical term. That's another thing that people say. Because this is like a medical diagnosis, that's part of what makes it bad to weaponize it in this manner. And I get that, but also my question with this is, where is the line? Because idiot was also a clinical term at one point, right? And it's like, I've seen some people argue that it's okay for you to say stupid or dumb, but you shouldn't say retarded, because like retarded has a very specific, it's like the difference between calling someone gay versus calling them a faggot or whatever. Like, again, sorry, I warned you at the beginning there was going to be slurs. So, by the way, I know Demon Mama says it during her stream segment. I'm going to say it now here too. If and when this segment goes up on YouTube, it's for sure not going to be monetized, because, I mean, unless I go through and censor all of the streams, or all of the slurs, which I don't think I'm going to do. So feel free to donate if you like my commentary, or if you like Demon Mama's commentary. Like, I'm going to see if she changes my mind on this. Like, I'm still explaining how I feel about it and everything. We're getting there. Just paused for a second there. So with something like a developmental disability and like stupidity, and like people saying it's okay for you to call someone stupid, like here, the consistent SJW opinion, and this, I was there, bitches. I can tell you firsthand as an SJW, it was like, if you're being internally consistent, you can't call someone stupid or smooth-brained or dumb or moronic. Like, you can't do that if you're being internally consistent as an SJW, because all of these things are attacking someone's intelligence. And like, whether it's you're autistic and severely developmentally disabled, or you're just kind of dumb, like, and you're not really good at putting two and two together, you are still attacking a characteristic that is inherent to someone and that they might not have any control over. Like, people generally don't have control over how stupid they are, right? So generally, I think that what we are attacking most of the time is like willful, stupid behavior. But like, that's, yeah, I'm nitpicking at that point. I'm getting a little bit too, SJWs are not allowed to be mad or insult people. I mean, kind of. Like, you're not allowed to, like, insult people viscerally. Like, they would always say, like, you should say you're being ridiculous instead of you're being stupid. Like, you should use more accurate language. Like, but that language is not accurate if what I want to convey is contempt. I think is part of the problem with that language distinction. I think I want to try more often to accuse people of being obtuse than attacking their intellect. Yeah, it's, what are you trying to accomplish? If you're at the point in the conversation where you're insulting someone, Like, if you have the urge to insult their intelligence, like, what are you going to be having a productive conversation from that point forward? Like, Baphomet says, I say retarded when I mean obtuse. Like, it's being like you're being willful about it, and it's like a charged, hurtful word in a way that we all grew up with. Obtuse is an accusation of willful ignorance, not just lacking intelligence. Yeah. So if you are going to be internally consistent about this as an SJW, if you're the kind of SJW who says you shouldn't say retarded, then you should also be consistent and say that any attacking of people for their intelligence is also bad. If you are not consistent on that point, then you have just arbitrarily set a line where, like, if it's potentially diagnostic, the level of stupidity that you're dealing with, if it's potentially diagnostic, like, you're not allowed to insult that characteristic anymore, or I'm not entirely sure how that's supposed to work. So basically, I have come to realize, like, I have been independently diagnosed with ADHD like 3 separate times. I'm also pretty confident that I'm autistic, and I like reclaiming slurs to describe myself. Now, hold your fucking horses. I know that calling someone else retarded is not the same as reclaiming, or calling something retarded is not the same as reclaiming. Like, if I call myself a tranny faggot, that's not the same thing as calling someone else that, obviously, okay? However, I will also say, as an autistic person who has joined the 80%, I should look up that statistic sometime rather than I keep just saying it because I read it once. Supposedly, an extremely high number of autistic people are unemployed, and I care a lot more about that than I do about whether or not people are saying retarded on the internet. Like, I just don't care as much anymore about trying to police my language in this regard. And I know that people are going to not like that. But, like, I am the kind of person who experiences, like, lapses in memory and judgment because of my brain not working correctly, and, like, social difficulties. And I am self-employed because I have a difficult time keeping jobs for autism-related reasons and physical-related reasons. Like, also keep in mind, a lot of autistic people also have other health issues, like connective tissue disorders and bowel disorders and other things that do physically impact our ability to work. And it's not just a lack of accommodations for autism that causes the high unemployment rate, but autism is, like, the shared factor in that particular statistic that we're looking at. So, yeah, like, I just care a lot more about the material things in my life, and I don't really feel as an autistic person, as a disabled person, that I am harmed by people using the word retarded instead of meaning stupid. Because ultimately that's what we're doing. Most of the time, if I'm responding, because for sure, I called Tim Pool retarded. I'll own up to that. I know that happened for sure. I don't know if it ever ended up on the channel or not, as an independently uploaded video, but I know on stream one time I called Tim Pool retarded. And I'm not calling Tim Pool developmentally disabled. I'm not saying, Tim Pool, you're autistic and that's an insult. Like, I'm saying, you're so fucking stupid, I'm surprised that you remember how to breathe. Like, I'm like insulting the intelligence and the willful ignorance combined, I guess, in a way that is, yes, meant to be insulting and disparaging, because it is an insult in that case. The various times that I call myself retarded, sometimes I'm saying in a good way, like, I am retarded and proud because I am able to communicate effectively, which non-retarded people are not able to do. But also sometimes I'm like, wow, I'm being fucking retarded right now. Like, when I'm having a very big BPD moment, like I was having yesterday, and having a really hard time, like, figuring that shit out. So, yeah, words can mean different things in different contexts. And ultimately, I wish that people cared more about other things. And, like, I don't think it's that big of a deal to use this word. Like, and here's another thing. I think that this is super myopic within our community as well. People don't talk about this outside of the internet, as far as I can tell. Like, listen, I trained how to be an electrician, and I was working as an electrician. And guess what? Not only do they still use the word retarded to describe things that are bad, but they also still use the word gay to describe things that are bad. Like normal people out in the world. And like, are you going to continually waste your time checking people and policing people about this? Or are you going to like actually do something about the fact that there are social difficulties and like systemic problems? I'm not saying you can't do both, I guess, but like, I mean, so I guess what I'm saying is I don't want you to do both. I want you to stop bitching about the word retarded, because as a person who that affects, like you're not helping me. And I don't think that a lot of people feel helped by that. It feels really performative, because it is performative. Like when you're like, we really need to start speaking differently. We really need to start phrasing things differently in order to accommodate this group. Like that's performative. It's not an action. It's like the way that you speak is not really like you're doing something for us and helping us in some way, you know? It's virtue signaling. Exactly. Yeah, if you were to specifically say, Silent says my one quibble is the prevalence of people who also use mentally retarded as an insult. To me, that feels more like there is a strong link between shaming neurodivergence with the insult. Yeah, I would agree that is different. But like, okay, again, I could call someone a drooling fucking idiot, and that is invoking a medical clinical term, and also like is including a physical descriptor that implies like a physical disability, or like, you know, you're so mentally disabled that you're like unable to control your body processes and you're drooling. Like the kind of people who are against retarded, would they also be against me calling someone a drooling fucking idiot? Because that is worse, I would argue. I would argue that calling someone a drooling fucking idiot is way more like targeted and descriptive versus like the more general way that the term retarded has come to be used. A point that I haven't ever really seen addressed in this topic is that I see a lot of undiagnosed autists weighing in over diagnosed autists, which isn't to say undiagnosed autism is less valid, but there is a specific experience autists without an early diagnosis miss out on, which is special ed, which is where I faced the majority of the abuse that led to me developing PTSD. That is fair, I suppose, or late diagnosed autistics, because Vosh got diagnosed in adulthood, I believe. And I think that there was a specific, like his parents specifically chose not to have him diagnosed for it when he was younger so that he wouldn't have to go through the special ed. I did that thing when I was younger where I didn't go to like special ed, but I did go to some segregated classes that were like gifted shit. I don't think Vosh got an adult diagnosis. Oh, okay. It's still just speculative? So I guess, yeah, people who may have gotten more targeted harassment when they were younger or abuse through the school system when they were younger are more sensitive to this word. That is something that could. So here's so basically like that's all of it for the most part. Like that's my whole journey of how I got to where I am at. And I just, at this point, I kind of like to say it, like it's fun because of the fact that it has this like zing and this edge, and like because I grew up using it, like it, so it's like satisfying in the way that like cussing in another language is not like satisfying in the way that cussing in your native language is. Like if I say shit, like that's gonna trigger something in my brain in a way that me saying mierda is not, because I do not speak Spanish. So yeah, like I don't know, like there is a visceral satisfaction that happens. So yeah, exactly. It just doesn't hit the same. So I'm not saying that these are like good arguments per se, because part of the whole fucking reason why we're here right now is that I'm going to listen to Demon Mama and see what she has to say and potentially be convinced. Because I hope that I've demonstrated to you that I understand the arguments, that I understand most of the reasons that people think that you shouldn't say the R word. And I just happen to not agree that those are compelling reasons not to say it. And that is where I'm at on that. So before we get into the Demon Mama part, while I get my headphones, so I'm going to get my headphones together. While I'm getting my headphones together, why don't you go ahead and hit like on the video, please? And then if you like, come check out the website, luxander.net, and see if you like the custom emojis over here and the ability to donate to me directly, because YouTube takes a shit ton of your money. Like, if you donate $5 to me through YouTube, they will take 40% of your money, and I will only get like $3 out of it. So, yay. Philip DeFranco did a whole section on Hogwarts hate and didn't spend any time talking about the literal genocidal proclamations Trump made. Oh, fuck. So did Phil not cover that video at all? Like, whether it was in that same stream or not, like, has Phil DeFranco not yet covered Trump's very first campaign ad video? Because that would be shitty, and also, like, that's why I don't like Philip DeFranco. Because he just never goes hard enough on the fash. In special ed, I never really got called retarded in a derogatory way that contributed to my trauma, but I did spend a lot of special ed getting abused into acting more neurotypical. So Keffel saying the R slur didn't bother me in the slightest, but the infiltration of tenderqueer Twitter using phrases like, please use tone indicators, I have turbo autism, fucking stung because it reminded me so much of the education I was raised on and how the coping mechanisms I developed to try to navigate a neurotypical world better were beaten out of me. Yeah, that's frustrating. I can for sure see that. Yeah, fucking... I want to like Phil DeFranco, but he sucks. He does not do his due diligence when it comes to dealing with Trump. Okay. So, let me make sure my volume is okay here, and we'll see...
My lovely, lovely imps.
Yeah. I need to make sure the volume is okay, mama.
Regarding...
That's still too quiet.
A discourse.
I think this is probably the loudest that I can make her. She's only a little bit quieter than me, so that'll be okay. We will be able to make it, and we'll make her a little bit faster. Playback speed, 1.75. Let's try 1.75. Baby! It's fucking annoying to me that Twitter lefties called her ableist for saying retard and not for basically shitting on tone indicators and autists. I kept seeing those screenshots going around. I think that people were criticizing that too. Okay, let's get into Demon Mama time.
You rapscallions have spawned all across the internet. We're going to be talking a little bit today about the word retard. As many of you know, I am retarded. That's it. That's the segment, everybody. There you go. All right, everybody. It was a great stream tonight, and I'll see you all very soon. Don't forget to press the like button. Don't forget to press subscribe. You guys, thank you for being here and for supporting me. But no, I'm just kidding. That's actually not the end of the segment. But let's be real here for a second, okay? The stream title is retard, okay? There's been a lot of discourse about this particular word on the internet lately, and I want to talk about it. So I want to kind of do a little bit of id poll here, okay? I was called a retard my entire life for various reasons. I was never in special ed when I was in school. Although I was put into so-called gifted and talented programs at schools, which were basically, a separate channel for autistic and ADHD kids who weren't the biggest like troublemakers in class. Whereas at least if you go and look at these programs, a lot of times they were designed to basically take kids who were struggling socially, but not struggling scholastically, and put them in a separate room. Whereas, of course, special ed was often used.
So I guess I kind of had a similar experience to Demon Mama in this regard, where I was like I was in a separate area for some classes, and with like other kids who were also like supposed to be reading way above their grade level, essentially. That's like one of the things that we had in common, reading way above our grade level.
used for kids who were struggling scholastically, but not necessarily socially, sometimes socially as well, but usually if you were struggling scholastically. And it was it's kind of a complicated thing. And a lot of people who are from outside of the US don't really know or have never really heard of these gifted and talented things. There was many different names for them in the US, but they were a program that appeared around the 90s and early 2000s and then disappeared shortly after. A lot of schools no longer have them because they had very middling results. Anyway, I was diagnosed with ADHD, pretty severe ADHD in adulthood. When I was younger, I grew up in a anti-psychology Christian cult. The cult that I grew up in,
kind of giving her background here,
was so opposed to psychology that they didn't even believe in therapists. None of my family members were like allowed to see therapists until significantly later on in my life when people had started to leave the cult. And as a result, there is essentially no way that I would have ever been diagnosed with ADHD when I was younger, despite the fact that I showed a lot of the signs. Also, there's no chance that I would have been diagnosed with autism, even though I showed a lot of those signs as well. So as a result, what I'm trying to do here is point out to the fact that this is a word that has been used against me a lot in my life. And also that I believe that I would meet the criteria for what we would generally call reclaiming a slur. And we're going to talk about all of this in great depth in the coming section. But I just wanted to get that out of the way up front, like my experience with this word, my experience with being put into alternative tracks of education, and my own experience with having parents who extensively and deliberately avoided me ever being diagnosed with anything. Oh, I should also point out, this goes beyond any sort of learning-related issues to the point that in high school, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about the fact that I had clinical depression in high school, severe clinical depression. For all 4 years of high school, I was so severely depressed that I thought about suicide on a near constant basis when I was in high school. It was incredibly difficult for me, and there was no way that I was ever going to have a diagnosis for that because my family was deeply opposed to me ever having any sort of treatment for that sort of thing or even seeing somebody about it. There was just no way. So it does get better. Of course it gets better. It absolutely gets better. Even with no diagnosis, I held on. Even with no assistance from any sort of therapist in that way, I held on and I was able to grow. And as my family moved away from the church, as I personally chose to leave the church, I got a lot, my life got better.
Lifeless Expression in the YouTube chat said, in my day it was called Resource Kids. No, it was called Resource. And the kids that were in those classes were called Resource Kids in a derogatory manner. It could be any word. You know, is the distinction between idiot and retard that idiot has just not been used as recently in the medical context? Is that the only difference? Or I'm not entirely sure. I guess some people, I feel like I've seen some people argue that the word retarded was used as a justification in the Nazi, that those were the ones that would be sterilized, or that those were the ones that would be killed instead of put to work, the ones that were too autistic to work. I'm not entirely sure on that. I would have to research into a little bit. I feel like someone told me that at one point, but I do not know. Is idiot a diagnosis? It used to be clinical language. It's not anymore, but it did used to be. I don't know if it was a diagnosis in the way that we understand diagnoses now, because the DSM is a very specific document that just became a thing in the 70s or whatever. To be totally honest, for me, it's that retard was specifically targeted at my autistic behavior and idiot wasn't. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I see. Okay, let's go back to this.
And I was able to deal with and cope with depression symptoms above and beyond, medication or anything like that. Thank you, Laura. I really do appreciate that a lot. So I just wanted that to all be out there so that you all understand the perspective I'm coming from when we talk about this topic. It's been a while since I've talked about the word retard. It's been a while since I've talked about what some of you refer to as the R slur. But it's also been a while since we've talked about the reclamation of slurs in general. Now, I'm going to take just 1 second after being incredibly vulnerable to say, please support my show. This section is absolutely going to get demonetized, and there is no chance that YouTube will give me any money for this segment that I'm putting a lot of work into and also being very vulnerable for. So please consider donating either through YouTube or preferably through my website, demonmama.com/subscribe or /donate. Either one works depending on what you want to do. We deeply appreciate your support.
I think that Demon Mama probably makes way more money than I do, but she also lives in Washington. She lives in Seattle, so it's way expensive to live there.
Is 100% viewer supported, okay? Literally 100%. I don't get any sponsorships. I don't do any of that sort of thing. It's just a free show that is supported by the viewers. So please support me. I deeply appreciate it. And also press like on the stream, will you? I appreciate that a lot, okay?
Do it. Hit like. Hit the like button, please, and thank you.
All right, so let's talk about reclaiming slurs, okay? And I'm gonna draw comparisons to another slur. A slur that I think we all can agree is a slur, okay? Faggot, okay? I'm sure many of my audience, because I do have a lot of queer people in my audience, I'm sure many of you have had that word used against you. I'm sure you've heard that word thrown around as a pejorative. And also, as you will notice...
Idiot was someone who had an IQ below 25. Okay. Yeah, so this is kind of what... I know I'm interrupting her, but XXX in the YouTube chat says, I personally use slurs for myself because they make them hurt less for myself. Like, I don't want to be, like, wincing when I hear a word. Like, that's not what I want. I just want them to be normal words and to not feel like, ooh, like, ooh. It makes me feel like a fucking baby. To be like, to wince when I hear a word. Like, oh my God, it makes me feel like a fucking, like I have no spine. Like, it makes me feel like I have the paperiest, thinnest skin in the entire universe. I don't know.
In chat, you will see a lot of people volunteering themselves saying, that's me you're talking about when I say the word faggot. I also often self-describe as a faggot,
yes,
or a fag, or any of these other words that you hear slung about as a slur for trans, gay, and non-conforming people. But I think we can all acknowledge that it's a slur, right? Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We all recognize that it's a slur, that it's used in media as a slur, that it's used by politicians as a slur, and it's not very acceptable to say that word in public. And the same goes, by the way, for another slur, the N-word, which obviously I'm not going to say. I don't say the N-word at all. And there's a couple of reasons for that, part of which what we're talking about here. I think, in fact, people have remarked that, the N-word is such a severe slur that people won't even say it, even when they're in private and given permission to do so. That it has that much of a cultural weight to it, that it is so universally recognized as a hateful slur that people won't even use it when they're allowed to. I say the N-word all the time because I'm black. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. See, that's the thing. That's the reclamation part that we're about to talk about. But out of curiosity, we all recognize here that with the N-word in particular, that there's actually a distinction between the hard R and the A, like the soft A, right? Even among black people, it is considered a pretty serious thing to use the hard R towards someone else, right? Oh, was that a clip? Oh, you idiots. You fucking assholes. Well, anyway, whatever. So we acknowledge that there's a difference there, right? Reclamation has never been and isn't about using a slur against someone else. Like, for example, let me just create real quick a situation for you all to chew, to like have your brains chew.
Yeah, like I want to acknowledge, like I copped to this. Like, I understand that just because I am cool with using a slur doesn't mean that I'm cool, like it's cool to like use that slur against that person. Like, I think part of what I contest is the idea that the word retarded is exclusively a slur to refer to mentally disabled people. Or like, has it been long enough now in the same way with idiot that it's just like, it's just a charged insult now. Yeah, I'm trying to read chat.
On real quick, okay? Imagine that there was a cop, okay? And you can imagine this cop however you want, but I want you to imagine him, as a guy, okay? And I want you to imagine him like hitting like at a pride event, okay? Let's say there's a pride event and the pride event turns into a protest. And this cop is hitting a gay protester and calling that gay protester a faggot while hitting him with a stick. And now I want you to imagine that situation, okay? That's pretty severe, right? Now I want you to imagine that cop has a husband. Has anything changed for you? Did anything about the hatefulness of that situation change at all because you know that cop has a husband?
Yeah, obviously, like, the cops are, you know, weaponizing institutional power against minority groups. There very well could have been gay cops who were policing and knocking heads around, like, in the lead up to the Stonewall riot, which gave birth to the modern pride movement. So, like, they're, you know, yeah, them being gay doesn't change the fact that they're doing a hate crime. Like, obviously, you can use a hate crime.
Because for me, nothing changed even a little bit.
You can do a hate crime if you are gay still against a gay person.
A cop beating a gay person and calling them a faggot in front of everybody else is an act of humiliation and hatred, even if that cop in his own private life is gay. Even if the cop that we're talking about literally looks like the cop from The Village People. And I want you to imagine the same thing, okay? But this time with the N-word and with a cop. And maybe that cop is black. Did anything change when you change the skin color of the cop? Because to me, nothing changes.
I mean, didn't we just have an example of very clearly racist violence being perpetrated by a bunch of black cops against a black person. Yeah, Eel, I was kind of saying this earlier. Eel in the YouTube chat says, I find this discourse exasperating because it has nothing to do with ableism in practice. There is still forced sterilization and mandated birth control and systematically protected abuse happening. Right, yeah. It's, what are you gonna do? 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 The cop is RGR. Someone in Mama's chat said, can you see it? The Palminator in Mama's chat right there. The cop is RGR. Oh my god. Derailed. That was fucking funny. Also, there were white officers involved and they are getting off without being charged. I've heard that. Yeah.
So reclamation of a slur, in my opinion, is often about being able to take a word that is used against you and turn it into something that you take strength in. For example, when I look directly into the camera as I am right now and I say, I am proud to be a faggot. I am proud to be a tranny.
True.
Those are words that have been used, unironically, against me in my life many times. These words have been used as a bludgeon of hate against me in my life. Me reclaiming them, saying, yeah, so what? I am a faggot. What are you going to do about it? To me, that is what reclamation, the act of reclamation, or a major part of reclamation looks like. It is taking a term that is used to hurt you and wielding it on your own as a signal of pride. And I think that there are other forms of reclamation. Like, for example, I think that a lot of reclamation has happened with the N-word. And I think that this, like I mentioned before, that this takes two forms. Like, first of all, there is a version of the N-word that is slightly changed, the soft A. And the soft A is treated very differently between basically everybody. Everybody treats the hard R. That's the reason why we have the term the hard R. The hard R is like, it signifies almost a different word. But I want you to think about the fact that that the soft A, nobody even bats an eye. If you see people with, if you see black people using the soft A with one another, self-referentially or otherwise, no one bats an eye. But if you see a white person use that, immediately that person will be roasted, and they should be. But does that not indicate the reclamation in a certain way, where, wow, this word that used to be seen as an acceptable slur to put someone else down is now seen as a taboo. It has been changed from a thing that can be used against black people to a thing that black people can use freely amongst themselves with rules that they define. That black people got to decide the difference between the soft A and the hard R, and they also got to determine the rules of, sort of collectively, the rules of using it. Does that make sense? And the same thing goes for faggot. And also, you can even argue that queer is a perfect example of this. I want you to imagine, if I am talking to my audience and I say, my lovely...
There are some, like, really annoying conversations that happen about who's allowed to use what words. Like, are trans women allowed to call themselves faggots? Like, because they're women, but a lot of them did grow up as gay boys or effeminate boys, so, like, people do try to gatekeep that. And it's like, well, am I allowed to call myself a faggot? Because I didn't grow up... Like, I grew up as a girl, and then, like... But then, like, I've been in a... I'm legally gay married. Like, I'm legally male, legally married to another male. So, like, we have at times, I mean, at least probably more me than him, like, have experienced some mild difficulties with regards to being gay. Yeah, Lord, let trans women say the F word. Yeah, I guess I don't see as much of that problem as there are, like, other things that are bigger issues than that. But yeah, I don't know. Hello, Baphomet, welcome back again. Later, Spider. See you later. All right, let's continue.
Queers, let us stand together in strength. That has a lot of different, that is a very, very different or faggot. And also, you can even argue that queer is a perfect example of this. I want you to imagine, if I am talking to my audience and I say, my lovely queers, let us stand together in strength. That has a lot of different, that is a very, very different read than if, say, I don't know, Donald Trump walked up and said, you're a bunch of queers.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, I do agree with that. Like, when a pastor says, like, oh, these queers, they want to be around your children, it's like, okay, well, that's a problem.
Completely different context. Despite us saying, despite me walking up and saying, we're all a bunch of queers here, let's stand together, versus Donald Trump saying, you're a bunch of queers, because you'll notice that one is being used inclusively. One is being used to take strength together, to call for togetherness in some way or another. And the other is, that was not a good Trump impression, but please, can you have a break for just 1 second, Jesus Christ. And the other one is being used as a marker of separation. It is saying it is creating an us versus them. And of course, this brings us to the word retard. Now, many of you will know if you've been watching my content for a long time. I know there's a lot of people here who haven't been. If you're here, you should subscribe and you should ring the bell because, quite frankly, I put out some pretty base content. You should subscribe. But
True.
I don't use the R slur on my stream.
You should also subscribe to me. There's 69 people watching right now. Nice. First of all, you should hit the like button. If you are not subscribed, you should be subscribed. And also check your notifications. Listen, if you turn on the bell for my channel, but you at some point in the past told YouTube that you don't want notifications from the app, then you need to change that setting because you will not get notifications from my channel or any other channel that you click the bell for. So do that. Click the bell.
Ever. Today is literally the most that I have ever used the word retard in my entire stream history. You can go scrub through the VODs and you might find 1 or 2 examples in the entire history of my channel of me self-referring as a retard. And, like, literally. Yeah,
basically Demon Mama only uses it self-referentially and or to like in a quotation sense. Like she doesn't always say the R word. Sometimes she says like retarded in that like quotations are around it kind of way.
For example, when I did the autism test and I fucked up the autism test 4 times in a row live on stream and I was getting increasingly embarrassed, and then I said at the end of it, I said, the good news is we've determined that I'm retarded. That's like probably one of the only examples of me ever using this slur. Part of the reason for that well, I mean, frankly, because I don't think the way that most people use the R slur is particularly reclamatory, okay? I've been seeing a lot of people, okay? Like a lot of people basically saying that if you're autistic or if you have ADHD or if you have learning disabilities, that means that you can just sort of take the word retard and you can throw it at anybody else whenever you want. I just that's not what reclamation means. And I have a problem with that argument.
Like I don't think that that's a good argument, to be clear. Like, and that's not an argument that I generally make. I don't like, that's not, if I'm trying to justify calling someone else or just saying like this is retarded or like this situation is retarded, like I am not justifying that because I am autistic probably, like, or like I should just say I'm neurodivergent, because that's true, and diagnosable, and like I've actually figured that out. So I don't think that this is a good argument. If what you're trying to say is like I should be allowed to use this in a derogatory manner, nope, not a good argument.
I think that argument is a weak argument. And interestingly, I think most of the people who use it know that it's not a good argument, because you wouldn't say the same thing about the word faggot. You wouldn't say the same thing about the N-word. And yet we see tons of people basically say, well, I have ADHD, which means that I can call you a stupid fucking retard, or I can say that's fucking stupid and retarded. But I don't believe that. I don't think that argument holds very much water with regard to how we treat other slurs. Now, there's a whole lot of back and forth over this issue. And I don't want to just make a claim out of hand. So I'm going to try and evidence here why I think that people should think about this a little bit harder. So a lot of people will bring up ableism and whatever, and I do think that ableism is a huge problem, okay? But at least for me, when I think about ableism, most of what I think about is the way that our society treats people with disabilities, the fact that like disabled people have a significantly higher rate of early death, that disabled people have a higher rate of homelessness, that disabled people are more likely to be discriminated against on the job, that disabled people are more likely to be denied a job, that disabled people often are not accommodated for, even when the law says that they have the legal right to be accommodated for. That there's all kinds of things there. That's what I tend to think of when I think of ableism. I don't really tend to think of ableism through the lens of like insults as frequently, though I do think it's a valid lens. And I want to bring attention to the fact that like there are all kinds of ableist words in our language that are definitionally, as far as I can tell, ableist, stupid, dumb, idiotic, insane, deranged. In fact, most insults that you can think of that aren't like I don't know, like you muffin, you're such a clap cobbler.
I call people walnut. Like you'll see in early streams, you'll see these moments where I'm like you fucking walnut. And that's because I'm trying not to say retarded. Like, I'm trying not to say the word retard. Yeah. But walnut is not nearly as satisfying. Brutus.
You're a crust.
I think the video is just a little fast. Yeah, it's going to take a really long time to get through it. Maybe I'll take it back down to 1.75. She just pauses for she just has these long pause gaps.
Crustable, cromulent, fuck crustable. Like, there's no, like, most of the insults have some component of implied ableism, okay? Nanners, whatever. There's a million of them. Stupid, I mean, these all have aspects
like
of...
crazy, insane, deranged, smooth-brained. Literally all of these are ableist. So, I mean, honestly, like, I kind of do feel like it's an all or nothing. Like, either you have to be okay with all of them, or like at least willing to acknowledge that you're doing something wrong and doing it anyway with all of them, or like, so they're either all bad or they're all okay. IMO. Because I just personally don't think that retarded is like, I don't even think that it is a slur in the way that we, like, gay isn't a slur. Even though people used to say that's gay and they meant that's fucking stupid. Like, I just don't, like, the word gay isn't a slur because of that. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is just coming from the perspective of somebody who didn't grow up around. I mean, I had classmates who were like even like severely developmentally disabled at various points, but I grew up in an environment where it was fine. Like, it wasn't weird. Nobody attacked those people. So I don't know.
Of ableism in them. But there's a pretty marked difference between the word stupid and the word retarded, especially if you consider social context. The words stupid and dumb and idiot have not been used in any sort of like medical terminology for a very long time. They've more or less come to mean someone who is not thinking at the moment. Like, you say someone is stupid because what you actually mean generally is that they are ill-informed, they are not thinking, or maybe even they're being dishonest, and it's making them behave stupidly. Very few people, when they say the word stupid, are like traveling back in time to 1920, where they're drawing like a formerly medicalized diagnosis of stupidity or something along those lines. And the same thing goes for the word idiot. Idiot used to be a direct reference to a certain type of autism, the idiot savant, which is a term that is so outdated that like multiple generations have not lived through a time in which it was used in any sort of medicalized sense. But that's not true about retard. Retard has been used medicalized recently, and what's more is that it has been used deliberately against people who have been medicalized even after the end of its medicalized use. Nobody uses the word mentally retarded anymore. Even though in the 90s it was acceptable, it was still considered medically acceptable to say mentally retarded. A lot of us alive lived in a period in which it was still considered medically acceptable to say that somebody who was struggling with learning disabilities or had Down syndrome, that they were mentally retarded. But even that, with that aside, the word retard has carried on in its use directly against people who just have a learning disability, or people who have Down syndrome, or autistic people. I mean, I bet right now I could do a.
So yeah. So again, what I'm running into here is like, what is the difference? Like, people people do use that term against people who are developmentally disabled. Like, I'm not going to say that that doesn't happen, but like, they're using it against them for the same reason that they're using it against someone that they just feel is being stupid. So it's like it, I don't know. I'm reading chat a little bit here for a second here. I definitely experienced the word gay as a reclaimed slur, having been called that hatefully for years, even before I realized that it was accurate for me. Yeah, but we don't consider gay to be a slur. Like, just because it has been used in this derogatory manner doesn't mean that we consider it broadly to be a slur. Like, when someone calls themselves gay, we're not considering that a reclaimed slur in the way that calling yourself queer or calling yourself a faggot would be. I agree, Jimmy Nails. I don't think most people connect the word retard to actually mean developmentally disabled in most contexts. I'm sure that it happens in some individual contexts, but I don't think that most of the time that's accurate. So I guess it's just too soon. Like, the argument that Demon Mama is using here is that, like, because idiot has not been used in that way for a while, that means that it's not like the same as using a slur. Whereas because the word retarded was used in mental retardation, within, I've never seen retard used outside the circumstance of attacking neurodivergence. I mean, like, my mom, my brother, and I used to just call each other retarded a lot, and like would call things that happened retarded, or like, it just, I disagree. I think if you ask the average person what they mean when they say retarded, they'll say, quote, "You're acting like a retarded person." This is just, I mean, maybe it's because of where we live or something. Like, this is overwhelmingly not how I have experienced this term. Like, I just have overwhelmingly experienced this term to mean, like, generally bad and stupid. And, like, again, maybe it's just because I grew up in a certain area that didn't have very many developmentally disabled people. Like the rare times that I did have those type of folks around me, it was very obviously not okay to make fun of them, you know? Yeah, I don't think that the etymology of the word retarded is very much a like factor. Like, you know, I cannot claim that the fact that retard in French, which is where that word comes from, like that means to slow down or to be late. That's even more ancient than the medicalized stuff. And if I'm going to say like the medicalized use, I don't think is very prescient, then I definitely can't say that the etymology is a more prescient factor. Yeah, in France, it's just a normal word. But yeah, so I guess the demon mama argument that she's making right now is that she hold on. I'd say gay is to faggot as dumb is to retard. The former is used as insults are rude, and the latter is used as insults are slurs. Okay. I mean, I guess I could see that. I could see that argument. I think it's the generation thing for someone who was born about 40 years ago was a goofing around term. Are you talking about the word retarded right now? Dizzy says the trope of, quote, the retard is brought up against the, quote, functioning autistic to berate us into conforming to neurotypical society. Quote, don't be a retard is used to pressure the autistic into, quote, normal behavior. Our fellow neurodivergent disabled folks are brought up as a type of boogeyman we shouldn't be to push us to go beyond our means and to put ourselves through unsupported suffering to avoid demonization. I don't think I've ever been... Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this stream is just me having to like think about this shit and having to kind of accept that I might have to change my mind on this. Like, there's always what I don't want to happen. What I really don't want to happen is I don't want for me at the end of this to be like, I'm still not convinced, but I guess I'll stop saying it so that people will shut the fuck up about it. Because ultimately that's why I stopped saying it for a while. Like there was a gap in between like me being a hardcore SJW and truly believing that the word retarded was like bad and you should never say it, and like not really believing that nearly as much, and then my willingness to actually like publicly explore that. Like there was a period of time where I just didn't say it because I knew that people would not shut the fuck up about it. So I want to be convinced, and if I am not convinced, then like maybe I'll use it less and it'll be only an extra spicy time. But like, yeah, if I'm gonna change my behavior, I want it to, I want to be convinced out of it. And I wanted to clarify, like, it's not because I'm attached to the word. It's not like, oh, I really love saying it. It's more like I am tired of having to do so much work to self-censor. Like, maybe my fellow neurodivergent folks in the audience will understand this, but there are so many rules about what you are allowed to do, like, and like the tone that you use and the facial expression that you use when you're saying it, and like there are so many things, and like I'm significantly more aware of the way that I communicate and stuff than probably most people, because 3 years of therapy will do that for you. When, you know, I'm sitting there like, I feel really bad and I want to tell my partner that I feel bad, but why do I want to do that? Like, and then like after feeling that way for a few hours and trying to figure out what to say and trying to figure out what I wanted out of it, I was like, oh, what I want is just like a positive moment of connection. So instead of whining about how I feel bad and then expecting my partner to follow through and like be nice. I should just say, hey, I need like a positive moment here, you know? And like, so I spend way more time than probably most people thinking about what I say and being very specific and mulling it over a lot and trying to do it right and be a good boy. And I just, if I'm not convinced of your stupid rules, I am not doing the bullshit anymore. Because like that's what I've come to realize as an autistic person, is that I do not care about rules that don't make sense and are arbitrary. What convinced me was that I don't 100% see it as a slur, but I know that others do, so why run the risk when there are so many other words for dumb or nonsensical? But it's arbitrary. Again, like, I think that ultimately I just have my opinion that you shouldn't be bothered by it. Like, I think that I just have the opinion that you should normalize this word so that you are not bothered by it. And I think that that's probably just my prescriptive opinion on all of these words. I think that you should call yourself a faggot. Like, I think that you should self-identify as those things. So I don't know if I'm going to be convinced on that, because that's just my personal view on, like, that's an ought statement. You know, that's not an is statement. That's an ought statement. And maybe it's not good for me to just decide that for other people, I guess. But like, I don't know. If you don't want to watch my content, you don't have to. I don't have to use the word retarded as often as I probably do. But I'm certainly enjoying being able to be just normal about it today. And not like switching out and trying to say the R word. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, words only have the power we allow them to. Yeah, I don't know. Sure, but then the line is between normalizing it as not a thing that should bother people and using it as an insult to bother people. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess it's because I'm on my stream and I'm not usually talking to someone else. Like, I'm responding to Tim Pool's video and I call Tim Pool retarded. Then, like, am I using it as an insult to bother people? Like, if Tim Pool were here? Well, okay, hold on, Baphomet, hold on. Insisting people not be offended by the word retarded, even if they personally don't want to be referred to as it, and specifically have been hurt by that word before, is a completely unreasonable ask. Okay, excuse me, when the fuck did I say that they should be okay with being called that? Like, I was just saying, like, you should self-refer to that, but I wasn't saying, like, what I'm not saying is, if you are in my chat, I'm going to call you retarded and a faggot, and you have to be okay with that. Like, that's not what I was saying at all. Oh, sorry, in response to... Okay, maybe it was in response to Jimmy. But yeah, so I'm just not saying, like... Would you consider having someone on who can have a bit of more of a nuanced conversation rather than snippets of chat? I don't know. Maybe after the video? I keep pausing for extended periods of time. I'm not saying it doesn't count as an insult, to be clear. But I'm saying that, like, I'm not insulting a disabled person for being disabled. You can use it as an insult in the same way that you're calling someone stupid. I'm saying I don't really feel like there's much of a distinction between like what the point is of what you're doing when you're calling someone stupid and the point of what you're trying to get across when you're calling someone retarded are the same thing, and they're just different spiciness ratings of the same thing. Because, like, what is the difference between a person who's just stupid and a person that's mentally retarded, as we understand the definition of mentally retarded to be? You're insulting their intelligence and their inability to be normal. Like, you're insulting, like, their inability to function on a certain academic level or whatever. Like, maybe I misspoke. I was trying to say, like, you should, like, I think that people should be accustomed to hearing the word and, like, not freaked out by it. And I think that people should use them reclamatory style so that they don't get, so that it's normal to hear it. Because being gay is not a bad thing, so being a faggot isn't a bad thing. So being called a faggot shouldn't be a bad thing, except because sometimes people, like, want to throw hands with you when they say that. Personally, I don't care about bigots getting called a retard by a neurodivergent person. I'm sorry, I'm sympathetic to people bothered hearing it in that instance. I don't use it that way, but I also struggle with telling neurodivergent people, you can't use the slur against you at the guy who supports your oppression. Yeah. But have you ever called Tim Pool a faggot? Yeah, I'm not criticizing him for being effeminate or engaging in gay activity. It's like, again, like, what is, like, what materially, at what point does a stupid person become retarded? Okay? Like, diagnostically. Like, what is the distinction if I call someone stupid? Mirror. Okay, yeah, that's what you were going for. Cripple is another reclamatory slur, but is still used as a... The point that I was making is that the idea that retard is a slur and the idea that it doesn't matter that much if you say it aren't mutually exclusive ideas. Okay. Isn't it more spicy than dumb because of its relationship to its previous status as a diagnosis? Yeah, it's a glorious mistake, but that's true of the word idiot. It's just been more time since the word idiot was used in this way. Watching stream sped up and DM is sped up in stream. We have been arguing in chat for a long time, and I haven't been watching the video.
Show of hands. Okay. Do not respond in the audience right now if you're not autistic or ADHD. But if you are autistic or ADHD, just put a number 1 in chat. Put a single 1 in chat. If you have had a loved one, friend, teacher, whatever, there we go. Look, just the chat's going crazy. Okay. There is no lack of clarity with what people mean when they say the word retard. We know, like, it is being used in a way that is comparing people to someone who shouldn't be. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to have a learning disability. It's not a bad thing. Like, it's not an evil thing. It's not a morally bad thing to be autistic. It's not a morally bad thing to be ADHD. It's not a morally bad thing to have Down syndrome. These are not morally bad things. And there's no, at least in the colloquial, there's essentially no distinction between the way that it's used.
Yeah, I mean, it's also not like a bad thing to be stupid. Like, again, like, is it like a bad thing to be stupid? People don't have control over how stupid they are. Like, I better see, listen, if you're gonna be ideologically consistent, I better see every single fucking person who's against the word retarded also stop saying smooth-brained, also stop saying deranged, also stop saying schizo-posting, because I know for sure, listen, I'm not coming out hard against Demon Mama, but I know for sure that she uses the phrase schizo-posting. Schizo-posting is usually how she says it, and you can't say that. Like, you can't say that and be like morally consistent here. So either get fully on the SJW train, like I used to be on, and try to, unironically, I think schizo is more offensive than retarded. Right, it's way more specific. Yeah, and I know for a fact that she says that, and she just doesn't seem to take issue with it. Like, I'm not trying to, like, be a bitch. especially not to Demon Mama, because I fucking adore her. But like, this is not consistent. It's just like, this is my problem. This is the thing that I'm gonna always root out in these situations, is like the arbitrary fucking bullshit. She pauses to read chat too.
Would you hold the same position about the word lame? I realize its origins are a bit more dated than retarded, but it's always been used in an inflammatory way against disabled people. Well, if you think about what people say, I mean, okay, to me, like going back quite a long time, the word lame actually like doesn't really reference the same thing anymore, right? Like when people say, "Ooh, that album was kind of lame, I didn't really like it," they mean it's kind of like boring or uninteresting or like. And I think there are problems with it. I think there are problems with all kinds of insults. I think most insults have a problem. It means uncool. Yeah, it means like, and I would say that is like a totally transformed meaning. It's the same word, but with a completely transformed meaning. And same thing goes for idiot, by the way.
Oh, so maybe we'll get there. She'll mention the schizo posting thing later in this video.
Idiot used to literally mean autistic, a form of autistic. And now when people say idiot, it means like, if you think of the word idiot, most people think of someone like swinging a big stick around.
I'm saying it's arbitrary, Morningstar System. Like, what is the difference between idiot and retard? The only difference is like a couple more decades have passed since the term idiot, and the term idiot has continued to be used as an insult the entire time. Like, I just think it's used to insult intelligence. Like, ultimately, what is the problem with ultimately, what is the problem that people have with people who are developmentally disabled? Like, ultimately, what if you are insulting someone for being neurologically disabled, what is the characteristic that you think they should have that you're insulting them for not having? I will wait for a response on this from someone. Simpleton was a word that had been used previously. I mean, like, if someone is like mentally retarded, not autistic. I'm not talking about like Asperger's level autism. I know that Asperger's is a problematic term. I'm talking like people who are developmentally disabled, like people who are nonverbal, like people who have a very severe neurological dysfunction. Like, there is a characteristic that they don't have that you're attacking them for, and that's intelligence. Like, whatever the whole idea of like the autistic savant is that they're really fucking dumb in a lot of ways, except for the one. They play piano real good. Ultimately, the reason why people think that being retarded is bad is because being intelligent is, and like being able to wipe your own ass or whatever, are all things that are being criticized. Or like, you, like, those are things that we think that you should be able to do, and if you can't do that, then like you're still fundamentally being attacked for like lacking intelligence. Retard has context to it that idiot doesn't for most people. If someone calls you an idiot, they just think you're being foolish or silly. If someone calls you a retard, there's a specific bite to it because it has a very recent association with sterilization and genocide. I never felt like somebody thought the world would be better off without me in the gene pool when they called me an idiot. Like, that is the most compelling argument that I've ever heard. Like, that's like the most compelling argument that I've ever heard. Yeah, there's a demonization of disabled people. The assumption that lack of speech means that you can't think. I'm trying to just like have a conversation, and like you always do this, Morningstar system. Like I'm trying to just have a normal fucking conversation, and you are not capable of doing it without absolutely melting down. Like I really wish that you would recuse yourself from discussions that you know you're going to be real fucking annoyed by, because you clearly just cannot engage with these things without like freaking out at me and at other people. Like I get you being frustrated, but like, okay, you're just like your personal experience with this. I will admit that, okay, like if you're like, I have literally only been called this in this specific context. Like that's not a universal truth. And also like, again, we need to take a step back probably. Like I'm trying to have like a normal discussion about this. And yes, it's a contentious issue. That's the whole fucking point. You should know when you see the word retard in the chat, like in the title, that this is going to be a difficult conversation. If you like literally Morningstar system, you have said multiple times that you know that you find it triggering to hear the word and that you are uncomfortable with it. And you are here voluntarily. Like I obviously have valued you as a community member for a long time, but I'm so fucking annoyed by not being able to have conversations about things that are difficult because people come like it's like you saw a trigger warning and then you knew you were going to be triggered and you came in anyway, and now I'm having to deal with you being triggered. Like take the content warning and make smart choices. I caught myself today. I was like, Jimmy, you also need to chill the fuck out. Like, actually, Okay. That's a little bit much, okay? I've already said multiple times here also that the whole fucking point of watching Demon Mama's video here is because I am open to being convinced. I have explained why I have not been convinced so far, and I am here because if my mind should change on this, I'm going to try to do that. I just have not yet been convinced. I mean, yeah, I do find it... Yeah, I appreciate that, Silent. Like, I don't... Like, I if I'm going to sanitize the way that I speak, I want to feel like there's a good reason for it. I am most convinced by the Nazi thing. Like, the idea that this was, like, people have been sterilized because of, like, specifically being called mentally retarded. And, like, it's just, like, too soon, man. Hashtag too soon, man. I would be willing to accept those arguments for, like, why you shouldn't use this term. Yeah, so you're saying, yeah, God. Speaking as an autistic person, I know for a fact that it can be annoying that there are seemingly arbitrary and impossible to understand rules in a world full of neurotypicals. There is a simple fact, though, that even though idiot and retard might be used in very similar ways, even identical ways, in a lot of cases, for most people, they carry a different connotation. Even if it doesn't make sense, it should be respected. Yeah, I mean, so I guess then the question becomes, like, yeah, like, is it more important to me to speak in this way, or is it more important to me to cater to people's sensibilities? Because, like, here's the other thing about that I don't think... I've talked about it a couple times. Like, I had an old server, an old Discord server. Like, I have a Discord server currently, and it's not super active, but it's a nice little spot. You can get the notifications for when I start stream there. I had another server for like 4 years. It was a pretty active server, and I hated being there after a period of time because we were catering to so many different people's varied sensitivities that it was just impossible to exist there in a way that felt comfortable. So there is some kind of middle ground, I'm sure, between how suffocating that environment became and like completely loosey-goosey, edgy communities where slurs are used frequently, you know? Like, I kind of appreciate Vosh's community in that, like, Vosh will say the word retarded sometimes, and also the chat gets mad at him, and they also, like, it's like a laughing appreciation of the edginess because he's not going to stop, but also, like, and he knows that chat hates that he does it. Like, there is tension that still exists there. And it's like, it's, you know, you're saying I'm stepping out and like transgressing on purpose in a spicy way. I think it's just too soon to use the word casually. I mean, you say it's too soon to use the word casually, but objectively, that is how the term is being used. And it has been for 15 years. Like, I was in middle school and high school when it became very normal to call everything retarded. And like, so I just don't, I mean, like, you can say it's too soon to use the word casually, but this is just not objectively what is happening. I guess that's an odd statement too. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I see this term being, it already is being used in such a casual way. And I do feel like it's a very niche community problem on the internet where we actually think that, like, sorry, that was probably a bad choice of words. The meltdown was probably a bad choice of words. Yeah. Yeah, it was not intended to be... It was not intended to be targeted, but it's still... Yeah, in context, for sure, meltdown was the wrong word. Yeah. Yeah, or saying she's hysterical. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So there's a possibility that there's some kind of middle ground here where it's like, how much self-censorship am I willing to indulge in for the sake of, like, you know, like, I will basically, like, I'll admit that it's possible that in coming out of the anti-SJW community, or sorry, coming out of the SJW community and now being like, I kind of think SJWs are stupid and bad, I might have overcorrected with some of my slur use, but I don't, like, again, I'm just like, I'm still exploring this. If I showed you an 11-year-old video of one of the heads of the Special Olympics on Stephen Colbert's show trying to raise awareness of how it's harmful to use the R word, would that influence your thoughts on this at all? Because that's about as offline as you can get. I was in French class when my French teacher showed us a video of, you know, the guy who plays Dr. Cox on Scrubs? He was talking about how you shouldn't say the R word and like how you shouldn't say it. And like, he was he like works with developmentally disabled people. Like, I was there. I've been, like, here's the thing. I've been here the whole fucking time. Like, I've been here the whole time. So yeah, I don't know how much I am convinced that the language stuff matters anymore. Maybe if we lived in a world where there weren't, like, maybe if we lived in a world where there weren't, like, autistic people being shot by the police and, like, black people being shot by the police and trans people, like, dying because of lack of access to medical care and stuff. Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't, maybe I'm just not convinced anymore that caring about these words is something that's like matters. Oh, you're saying it's a very online problem being upset over using it, but there's very mainstream efforts to get people to stop using it. It's not purely a very online thing. Okay, that's fair. I don't feel like I'm censoring myself by not saying the N-word per se. I just think that saying the N-word in any context is a pretty terrible way to get any point across. I mean, I guess that's fair. There is a pretty big difference between censoring yourself and adjusting what you do or say to prevent harm to others. Not saying that's all that's happening here, but people seem to conflate the two things. He gets on the show with his speech impediment and says retard a couple times, and it makes Colbert uncomfy. So fucking funny. I think it's still reasonable to care and try not to use words that disproportionately hurt people, even while thinking about spending a ton of energy trying to stop people using them is the wrong focus for that energy. I saw television commercials in the mid-2000s by disability advocacy groups pointing out that retard is a minority slur that hurts people and that people should try not to use it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Is anybody else getting choppy audio? Ooh, I need to know if you're getting choppy audio. We're like having such a high-level conversation right here, and really, is the audio cutting up? That's not good. Let me see if there's, what's going on here. Is it the audio or is it just the stream? Okay. I guess there's like some connectivity issues, which there shouldn't be, but whatever. But yeah, I was like, we're gonna get back to the Demon Mama video and she's gonna be like, having her 101 level explanation of what reclaiming slurs means. Excuse me. I burpee. Yay. The commercial I remember has a woman with Downs so that they have someone involved who has every right to say the slur, and they say the R word is like every minority slur. Are you censoring yourself by acknowledging that meltdown was a poor choice of wording, or did you do that because you acknowledged that there was probably a better way to get your idea across? Wouldn't seriously consider choosing your words more carefully a form of censorship as long as the central idea is the same. Yeah. Well, yeah. I was saying, like, in the context of this conversation, saying meltdown, like, I would still use the term meltdown if I was talking about, like, Trump or the Republicans. So it's about context, right? Like, I would acknowledge, like, within the context of the conversation and talking to someone who is autistic, I think that Morningstar System has been diagnosed with autism. But, like, yeah, I would still use that language probably talking about Republican and, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene and stuff. Nuggygate was absolutely something I'd call a meltdown. Maybe the YouTube overlords have noticed the amount of slurs. Maybe. Meltdown, not as in a neurodivergent sense, but more as in a nuclear reactor sense because they spill their toxicity everywhere. Yeah, like that, yeah. Because here's the fucking thing. All of these terms have more than one meaning, and also, like almost nothing is exclusive to one group of people. Shitwaffle is one of my favorites. We should make shitwaffle a new slur.
Okay, so you just went to the special.
Stop. This is so old. Can I watch this? How do you mean, Glory? You're saying maybe it's a generational thing? You, Vosh Keffels, were getting ads on TV about not using the R slur. A lot of people like me went through school after all of that. Do you mean like it was already not okay for you guys to say the R slur? Or like, were you guys... Are you saying that the messaging stopped after a while? Studying the ancient wisdom. Yeah, I will... So when is this from? Yeah, so this is 13 years ago on March 2, 2009. So yeah, this would have been... I would have been 14 or so. And yeah, this would have been when I was in high school, when this kind of language was starting to be normalized.
Olympics. And I know you have a personal, well, definitely a personal investment because it's a part of your family.
My son Max was born 11 years ago with Down syndrome.
Right.
And so for the last 7 years or so, I've been lucky enough to be affiliated with the National Down Syndrome Society's Buddy Walk. And for years, I've wanted to take a look at other things as well and broaden my vision. So I, independent of everything, there was a block of 4 days a week ago where I had a chance to go up to Boise to the Special Olympics World Winter Games. Biggest event, sporting event of the world this year. 2,300 athletes, 100 different countries. Phenomenal. I get up there. And I was not in any way prepared for what I was going to see because the athletes and competing in their competitions was extraordinary. But then there was also a component where they take 120 kids and they put them in a youth activation summit. And they ask the kids to talk about what impacts them. What do they want to talk about? I got there Tuesday. Monday night on the O'Reilly report,
there's so much vamping. There's so much lead up into this. Like, I'm like, can we get to the point, please?
Had used the R word, which is what we use for retarded or retard, in a very, there's no nice way to use it. And so the kids at the Youth Activation Summit wanted to craft a response to this. And so I helped them. And they sent it to O'Reilly. And whatever you think of Bill O'Reilly doesn't really matter because Thursday he issued an apology. And so those 120 kids with intellectual disabilities affected a change. And it was extraordinary.
Oh, that's excellent.
So on March 31st, we're going to attempt to have a spread the word to end the R word day.
I think it's great. And
Is that basically just it? Are they going to talk in any further detail about this, or is it basically just like... Hydradig says, I heard it a lot in Australia around 2015, 2018. There were no campaigns to stop the use of the word.
Neighborhood that we grew up with that was, grew up as our buddy. Can you talk to parents out there that might be dealing with that, just finding out that they have a new child?
Okay, yeah, this is not going to go into depth about the actual slur problem. I think what you're just trying to establish here is that around the time that this term started to be used, well... That's just when I noticed that the term started to be used in this casual way. When I was in like middle school, high school. I would have to ask someone older than me to tell me like, was the word retarded used in this casual way in the early 2000s or in the 90s? But so basically what I'm hearing from you all on this is basically like, we have had an established... As soon as it was being used in this negative way, people were talking against it. Like, this term has already been used in this... We used it like that in the 80s. Decoy Duck says not when I was a kid in the 80s, 90s. Am older, and yes, it was. Can't speak to the 80s, but in the 90s. So some people are saying that this has been used in this... Are you talking like as an insult that is divorced from actually autistic people? Like, we're not I apologize for my use of language, Hollow, to all of you, by the way. I definitely was a little bit of a dick, too. I'm frustrated. Not divorced, though we didn't really think about autism as specifically associated with it. So it's like, it's a spicier LOL, you're dumb, says BB. Younger people are saying I'd basically never hear it IRL. I had gotten used to not hearing it at all, and then I started working, you know, like there was a period of time where I worked night shift, so I kind of was like not around very many people. Autism was just one of the things that was under the R word umbrella, unfortunately. The point I'm trying to make is that there is a broader societal campaign to stop its usage, and which says it's a slur. This isn't just a hyper online thing. I'm not making a comment about should, and also a lot of it is linked to Down syndrome rather than autism. Glory says, I only ever heard it as a way to make fun of people with learning disabilities. The casual use was mostly gone. So it feels like you are trying to, quote, revive it more than just continue using it to me. I mean, I kind of felt like a lot of the language sanitization that we did as SJWs was like a hardcore overcorrection. So this is me like being like, I don't think that all of the things that we did were correct. This one particular word, like, I'm experiencing a lot of resistance and like willfulness, and I'm acknowledging that. I think it was just the syllables and the way it flowed out of your mouth that made it more appealing than stupid or dumb. It has like a punchiness, you know? And I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely not saying that it's usually not a nice word. Because it is an insult. Like, again, we're insulting intelligence here. Or, like, neurotypicality. Which, like, I get... Do we draw a distinction between neurotypicality and intelligence? Because, again, like, usually when I think of, like, the term retarded, it was... Because it was mentally retarded people... I'm generally thinking of that as being like people who are very low functioning. If you were to use the term accurately, you know? I'm thinking back, I'm 37. I just remembered it being used in a casual mean way. Also, kids had like an arm gesture used with it that made it pretty clear it was derogatory. Yeah, I do recall the arm gesture, I think, that you're talking about. Reminds me a lot of George Carlin's 7 words bit. Sometimes it's just those really aggressive sounds that make a word hurt more, like in motherfucker or cocksucker. Yeah, like I would call someone a cocksucker because, yeah, Downs folks aren't represented in this conversation much online. We do tend to focus a lot on, autistic people. Oh, wow. The Social Security Administration did not update mental retardation to intellectual disability until 2013. Okay. I'm kind of like getting like completely absorbed in the conversation with chat, and like we might not end up watching more of this mama video. Maybe we should start use motherfucking idiot. I mean, like, the only way that I'm gonna accomplish, like, this, like, there's a level of like vitriol that is built into the word. And like all of these ableist words, like calling someone a fucking moron, you're like, you smooth-brained fuckwit. Like, okay, so as long as, like, are we consistently... Okay, like, is this the consistent position that we are arriving at? That, like, mental retardation was a diagnosis that was used too recently, and that calling someone retarded because of how recent that was, like, to people who are actually very mentally disabled, like, this is a term that hurts them and their families. But that insulting people's intelligence is okay? Because I'm just gonna tell you, there is like there's like a just a coiled snake waiting for you, where the actual SJW position is you shouldn't insult anyone's intelligence. I think a lot of people resent the anti-ableism movement because of things like this "don't say the R-word" discourse, because it reduces the agonizing hell of disability to, hey, don't be mean to people, as if being mean is why ableism is bad, and as if polite ableism is fine. Yeah, I mean, that's a big concern. Like, when it comes to the activism, like, I really don't enjoy the idea that, like, I might be convinced that I shouldn't say retarded very often. Like, that I should be very cautious with how I say it because of how the, yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, there's a liberal drive to stop saying the slur and then declaring the problem over. Like, if anything, the sensation that I'm coming away from this with right this second is, like, I might be more likely to say that something is retarded now, and then when people get mad at me, then I will use that as an opportunity to say, hey, did you know about the 80% unemployment rate? As non-SJWs who want to respect people with disabilities, I think fuckwit or fucking idiot is an alternative. I think there's a point to be made that the "don't insult anyone's intelligence" part was too far, but "don't use a word that is harmful because it is a diagnosis applied to people currently alive" was a good point. Is there a difference between saying a thing or action by a person is that and saying a person is that? I mean, if you accept that the word retarded is a slur, in the same way that saying faggot is a slur, like, which seems to be, I mean, it's fairly compelling. Like, the historical context and the recentness of it, like, I mean, that's, like, fairly compelling. You wouldn't say, like, you would still generally say, like, it's not okay for a straight person who's playing a video game to say, like, oh, this faggoty character really sucks, I hate this character. Like, you would, you know, like, if we're putting them on the same pedestal, then you would have to conclude that saying this situation is retarded would be just as bad. Spurg is a diagnosis that I got in childhood, and people are already pushing back on that as a slur. That said, Aspie doesn't sting nearly as much. Yeah, Aspie I didn't think was a slur. The nuanced take against the SJWs is that ableism in language can't be dealt with individuals not saying mean words. It's about a language shift as a whole, and that's not a decades-long project. It's a 100+ years one. We need new insults. Like, I think it would take a society-wide transformation on the idea that intelligence is a prized quality and that unintelligence is a bad quality. And like, if I'm being honest, I don't think that would be a good thing. Like, I do think that intelligence is a good quality to have. Fucking fungus gnats. I do think that intelligence is a good quality to have, and that Aspie sounds really cute. Honestly, it is super cute. Aspie was a self-ID before autistics started dumping it when Hans Asperger was outed as a Nazi collaborator. Yeah, no, I know about that. I'm gonna start calling people things. I'm gonna start calling people things I don't like, but that sound totally harmless, like you garlic, you coconut. I fucking hate coconut. As an older person, BB in the YouTube chat says, this aggressiveness on mean word is unimportant to my daily life as a disabled person. ADA compliance is an issue that merits that type of passion. I can say that I feel like a happier, wiser person for not putting as much focus on my intelligence as a positive trait, particularly when the main way our society wants to measure intelligence is fucking IQ of all things. Yeah, there are many types of intelligence. Yeah, I just think that we shouldn't, I guess that we shouldn't develop uncuriosity and, like, unthinking. Like, critical thinking skills and problem-solving skills and, like, emotional intelligence are all things that I think that we should encourage, and that not being those things, like, I don't know, I guess it's a little bit of the fucking, it's a little bit of the idiocracy thing where, like, as a species, as a society, as a planet, would we be okay if, I mean, are we okay as like, currently, the current situation is that a lot of people who make poor decisions, like people who prioritize money over human longevity and wellness, are stupid people making stupid decisions. Like, is it going well for, like, people who are bad at making the decisions? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Stop harping on slurs when I literally can't piss in most public bathrooms because I can't get through the goddamn door with the wheelchair. Yeah. Does the world of academia feel morally better? It doesn't to me. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's a framing of what intelligence means, for sure. Because, yeah, in academia, I mean, there's still a bunch of shitty power dynamics and stuff. You can be not ableist and also not anti-intellectual simultaneously. I have very low emotional intelligence, and it's why I fucking struggle a ton. Yeah, the way that we prize intelligence is so weird. Like the actual qualities that I think that intelligence, I don't know. Like, I think it's just a very nebulous concept, I guess. Which is why you can insult people for, like, you can call someone stupid or retarded or whatever, like, for a lot of different reasons. Like, I have been called retarded for dropping stuff on the floor. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not, you know, the being dumb or being uncoordinated or being like it could, like, all these different words are a lot of different things, or they can attack a lot of different things, like, that have to do with your competence. Like, yeah, oh, that's the word. Oh, that's the word. Your competence. That's what, yeah, that's like, that's, I think ultimately what's at the root of the word retarded. And that is why it hits different than other words like stupid and idiot. And like, yeah, because I think that part of what people are like, the mental retardation, like being accused of being mentally retarded, or not even being accused, like being diagnosed as mentally retarded is like a lack of competency and functionality in some basic way, right? So I think that connotation is probably what makes the term retarded so viscerally satisfying to use as an insult. Because it's like Tim Pool is, he like can't, yeah, like so stupid to the degree that you are like deeply incompetent and like, yeah. So that's an interesting way of looking at it. Tim Pool is incompetent, right? But like people who are quote unquote mentally retarded or like developmentally disabled, yeah, their incompetence is not their fault. It's related to how dysfunction underlies psychological diagnoses. Yeah. Oh, I can agree with that, Freshest Avocado. If you don't have a balanced intelligence, you basically have none. Having no emotional intelligence destroys the worth of your intellectual intelligence. And you can, like, know a lot of facts and not be able to solve problems. Ultimately, I think that problem solving is, like, one of the biggest components of intelligence, but yeah. Incompetent is also not synonymous with stupidity. You can be incompetent to fly a plane, but not stupid, or you can be stupid and a competent pilot. That's fair enough. Well, but that is what mental retardation means. You said mental disability or developmental disabilities also doesn't mean dysfunctional or incompetent. That is what mental retardation was diagnostically, wasn't it? Yeah, I agree, Timerania. Problem solving and the ability to make new connections in topics you engage with. Making connections, yeah, being able to explore similarities and patterns. Those are things that I prize personally as qualities of intelligence. Excuse me. Not devaluing lesser intelligence does not mean wanting everyone to be unintelligent or intellectually disabled, or not having some form of checks for whether someone is able to do the job they have. It's recognizing that being unintelligent is a valid way to live life that you can be happy with, and that society should accommodate for that rather than attacking. E.g., it's recognizing that if you had Down syndrome in a good society, you would likely live your life a happy and well-cared-for person, likely happier than someone without similar intellectual disabilities. Yeah, I guess that there is, like, a concern that some people have that, like, if there are more and more people who need glasses who are having kids, like, we're eventually going to have a society of people who, like, all need glasses. Because there's no, I mean, and I'm not saying that this is, like, we should do a genocide against the people who wear glasses. I'm just saying objectively, we're going to end up in a situation where pretty much everyone needs glasses. And, like, pretty much everyone is disabled. Like, with COVID, yeah, for sure, everyone is going to be disabled more and more and more from here on out. And, like, what do we do if we end up in a society where everyone is stupid and disabled? Like, what is going to happen to humanity or the planet? Like, what is going to happen to us? Like, I think that it's an interesting question to ponder. This is why I hate the way we medicalize disability, because it treats the disabled person as if they are the problem rather than recognizing that they're not naturally able to conform and fit into society. Yeah, I mean, like, there are a lot of very easy ways that society can be adjusted. Like, if there are ramps everywhere, that is not just beneficial to people with wheelchairs. It's beneficial to people who, like, everybody walk up the ramp. Whereas stairs are going to lock out a bunch of different people, you know? Yeah, we adjust our perspectives on disability and stupidity to suit the new norm. I'm just like, how are we going to solve problems if we have fewer and fewer... Like, how are we going to build houses if there are fewer and fewer people who can do the physical labor? Like, what do we do if we have a society of people like me who can barely do physical labor and, like, have a heart problem so they can't stand up straight? Like, you know, like, I don't know. We're kind of getting off on a totally different subject here. You are not abled, you are just not disabled yet, which is an interesting quote that I come back to. Yeah, we're in the weeds a little bit. I think we got sidetracked on this a little bit because I was thinking about, like, prizing intelligence as a good quality and, like, whether that is a good thing or not. It's called pre-disabled. Don't worry, here in Ireland, we aren't building any housing anyway. Ha 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 ha, please government build some homes. Bro, it would be sick to live in Ireland. I would absorb that accent, though. I would, like, just not be able to talk like an American for very long. If I live anywhere that has a distinct accent, I'm not going to be able to maintain my American accent. It's not going to happen. I think the bottom line for this topic is that saying retard isn't an inherently bad or harmful thing in every circumstance, and acting like it is the most harmful thing that ever happened over the past few days downplays actual demonstrable ableism. I think that's pretty fair. The idea that more disabled people being allowed to live means that everyone will be disabled and that is a bad thing is literally eugenicist rhetoric. I mean, yeah, like it's hard to have even, like, thoughts of exploring this without being like, yeah, that's eugenicist. But actually what happens when we don't have enough, like, laborers to build shit? Like, I'm not saying, like, yeah, but the implication is, well, we should then breed people specifically this way, or we should eliminate, like, you know, what if we just encourage, like, as a society, physical wellness, for one example? And also, as much as the system has been super frustrated, they also want Hollow to mention, whatever you feel about the words, we have some good examples of people who say the right words, using them to be super ableist anyways. We care about the words and feel bad when others don't, but we do understand that it's not the most ableist thing someone can do to use slurs. Yeah. I mean, like, I think part of the issue was that I was not convinced that the word retard is a slur that makes it different from the words stupid or idiot or whatever. I think there is a fairly convincing argument that it is unique to those other words. When wellness becomes a fixation, that's how fitness culture happens. Well, how do you balance these things? Like, how do you balance, like, wanting it to be okay? Like, we want to embrace the himbo, right? Like, I'm on board with that. I want to be like, no thoughts, head empty, because life would be easier that way. You know, like, I want to embrace that. But at the same time, if we do that, like, if everybody does that, then, like, that's going to be a problem, right? But also, like, if everyone becomes focused on becoming a nuclear physicist, that also is going to be a problem for society, because we need people who aren't really interested in thinking too hard to do manual labor jobs, where they're content to like do their physically laborious job while listening to a podcast in their headphones all day. I know people who have literal failing organs who do physical labor because it's the only way to earn money here. Yeah. Balance, like not catastrophizing and stop going to super extremes reflexively. What a concept. My eyeballs. I think that's not going to be an issue until like 25,000 or some shit, the glasses thing. A lot of people who have glasses don't need them to live. Like mild short-sightedness wouldn't have gotten you glasses in the 1800s. Yeah. I mean, that is, I don't know, like a lot of our society does require you to be able to read. Even if you're a farmer, you now have to know how to hack your fucking John Deere tractor. I'm sad that I need glasses because they make hugging harder. Yeah, like my partner often wears glasses and I have to like be careful when I'm hugging him. I can't really throw myself into it, you know? And sometimes I accidentally smudge his glasses and I feel really bad. But like, yeah, my partner can't see clearly past like here. Like well, yeah, he's got like 8 inches of clear vision and my hand is only about 7 inches, so. I don't wear glasses because I keep forgetting to wear my glasses. Like, if you can get around. There's definitely an overemphasis on physical labor instead of designing things smarter, actually using labor-saving practices to save labor and not money. Yeah. Counter-argument, human society is built on disabled people. Human beings as we know them start around the same time that we had the first broken bones that were set back into place and allowed to heal, which means the recovery process and after they would have been disabled. And us mutually supporting each other, including disabled people, allowed humans to create society. Human society divides labor. Not everyone can do every job, and if you are disabled in one way, it doesn't mean you can't do other jobs and, quote, be productive. Whereas in the wild, any disability means instant death. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm familiar with that. Like, it was, like, basically, you can tell that humans became, like, an actual tribal society. Like, yeah, at the point where you start to see bones, like a healed femur. Like, a femur doesn't heal quickly. And, like, I do think this is part of why I really don't like people who are, not socially minded toward other people, is that you're like being a human is being supportive toward other people. Like that is what makes us what we are, is the fact that we make sure each individual person like lives well, you know? I kind of just want to be a fat blob person like in WALL-E. Yeah, WALL-E is kind of that eugenicist view, this, you know, this like, oh, if we just let people go. Like, that's like it's one of the embodiments. It's like a similar idiocracy. It's similar to idiocracy in that way. We all already need additional supplementation to live in the world as it currently is. Disability is just often the most obvious example. Phones, cars, trains, etc. We all need help. I mean, I would consider that to be a little bit different. Because, like, you don't need a phone. I mean, yeah, we've created a society where you need a phone to do a lot of jobs, but, like, it's not like a disability accommodation. In the long run, more disability would just mean more division of labor. I think that's fair. Hollow honestly doesn't worry about the big stuff because it can't. It worries about its friends, the people it likes spending time with, making new life grow out of the decay of the old, helping the people it likes have the resources to think about the bigger stuff it can't. Yeah, I mean, they're different, Idiocracy and WALL-E, but there is like this sort of judgment involved that like living on this spaceship and letting humans get fat and doughy was like a bad thing, and that when they come out and it's actually not in the movie so much as it's in the after credits. In the after credits, don't the people get thinner once they start walking around more? Like there's definitely like the fatness versus intelligence. Like Idiocracy focuses on intelligence. It's a dystopia about a world where everyone is stupid, and WALL-E is partially a dystopian world where everyone is fat, and that part of the coming back to the state that things should be in at the end of the movie is them getting thinner. It looks at the big stuff to understand the environment it's in, but it can't make good plans for large groups. It can just retain information and learn how to understand things on a small scale. IDK, this whole can we say retard thing is so odd to me because I genuinely thought this was solved around the same time That's So Gay was phased out. I just feel like I think that it was better communicated why you shouldn't say that's gay. Like, I think there's a communication issue here. Them being sedentary is a bad thing in the movie because, like, they're sat in the chairs all the time and they're being entertained by the chairs, and like they romanticize when that couple they bump into each other, and they romanticize them getting out of the chairs and spending time away from the chairs with each other. Like it's not overt, it's subtle, but it is still like. And where they show like the cross section of a human being, and as they're getting fatter, their bones are also getting farther apart in the little video graphic. I think it's definitely implied. I mean, it's a kid's movie, so it's not as overtly mean, but they aren't bound to the chairs for life either. They reproduce. Unclear. I don't know that they actually reproduce in that way, or if they just have their bits extracted. Yeah, they're being milked. That's what I was trying to say, Timerinia. They would not need to leave the chairs to do that, I don't think. Isn't WALL-E about how the system was created to intentionally keep them sedentary and not allow anything else? Yep, that was part of it. Like, the control of the ship. Get in the chair, little bottom. Oh no. In the commentary, they outright compare being obese to being a child, or at least say the adults in WALL-E have regressed into childhood. Yeah, so there is sort of a conflation between intelligence. I mean, because they're incompetent. Again, it's competence. They can't do anything. Like, they rely on this system to do stuff for them. Yeah, agreed, Dizzy. They probably have a bunch of systems aboard with sperm/egg banks and incubators, so nobody needs to be pregnant. I mean, they probably have automated systems for relieving pressure with, for males at least. It's harder to get a hold of ovum. It's a lot harder to get a hold of ovum, actually. Yeah, where was the scene where they went to the sperm bank in WALL-E? Where was it? They must have had, like, a fleshlight that came out of the chair, right? Like there absolutely must have been like a like just a fucking fleshlight thing attached to the chair. That was a horrible noise that I just made right then. We're very clearly off of the autism conversation now. I don't think we're going back either. I got only 20 minutes into this Demon Mama section, or what? How deep did I get into this? We only got like 25 minutes in, and I'm not coming back to it, I don't think. This was definitely a conversation that I had to hash out with you guys. What's worse would be the artificial insemination, though. But well, so the thing is that if your toy has a, let's assume that the chair, like that it's pregnant people happen and that it's not just being grown. If there was artificial insemination happening, the chair that, like, some of them have a fleshlight function, but some of them also have like a dildo function. So they the chair will just like take the sperm from someone who uses their fleshlight and then insert it into someone who uses their dildo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's attached to the chair. Come on, guys. It's attached to the chair. Is public fleshlighting socially acceptable in the WALL-E universe? I mean, you wouldn't know because everybody has the fucking screens in front of them. You would literally, like, everybody could be jacking off all at the same time and no one would know. They could all be doing a big, mutual masturbation session at all times and just not know because they have this fucking thing in front of them. Your toy makes you pregnant. Exactly. They have the like cum tube thing. We don't see them getting jacked off in the hallways in the movie, so it's not acceptable. No. Attached to the chair. No. I mean, it's on like a pneumatic arm. You know, and then it comes in and it goes you know? Thank you, she who knows no name. Yeah, I mean, I'm still experiencing some willfulness about it. About like the choice to not say the word retarded. Yeah, I think I get that it's a slur. And that if I'm going to use it, it should primarily be in a reclamatory way. Or like if I'm jesting and I call Vosh retarded, like we're going to understand that I mean that with love, right? Primarily. I think that those are the contexts in which it's still acceptable to use it. I'm not going to say that I'm going to be a perfect human being and never call something retarded when I'm fucking angry. Because that might happen. But I do think it's fair to say that it should probably happen less often. Like, I think that that's fair. And I don't know how useful this is to people, but I do think that it's good to model skepticism and to model having your mind changed. And that's a recent realization that I made about, like, that's part of what my goal is on this channel. When we say, well, these articles are all talking about this don't say gay bill, but what's actually happening in Florida? Let's read the bill and find out. Like, I'm modeling skepticism for you. I'm modeling what it is to be curious, to check the details, to be, if I'm skeptical, then I'm going to go to the source and find out. And sometimes that's also going to mean I'm modeling what it's like to suck up that you've been doing something and, like, you need to change. You know, like, I think it's fair to say that the word retarded is not far enough removed from its use as a deliberate slur, that it should not, yeah, it's not the same as calling something stupid. Like, it's not the same thing in flavor or in, intent. Bone removal surgery to become goop. Exactly. Hello 5VVVVV, if you ever have time, and I know that can be hard, it's an hour long, you should check out the video by Pamelator about narcissism. It has a lot of interesting ideas about how our society treats disabled people and other kinds of people. Two things haunt Luxander of a night. A future where everyone has to wear giant nerd glasses and WALL-E fleshlights. True. Oh my god. Yeah, so I guess I'm not familiar with this person. Pamphleteer on narcissism. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll check that out sometime. Because we do sometimes talk about narcissism over here because it's kind of like fascinating to me. Like I just find it really interesting. I think that overall synthesis is a good one. I don't like purity culture of any kind. I'd prefer you have your own opinion that tries to be as anti-ableist as you can, but not kowtow out of fear. Personally, it's just not in my lexicon. Yeah, sure, I'll link it. Hold up. Oop, there you go. I also really want a Wall-E chair after this conversation. They sound dope. Oh, what are you doing? Oh my god, I have so many notifications on my phone right now. Like, it's absurd. There are so many notifications here. The hedonistic society of Wall-E would always be blissed out post-orgasm. I mean, there would be no reason not to just masturbate constantly. Like, at all times. There's just no reason to do anything else in that universe. Interesting. Oh, wow. You know what's interesting is that a while ago, do you remember the one time, wait, was it CJ? I think that we've already had this person on stream before. There was like an agonizing conversation that I had with this trans woman on stream like sometime last year at my old apartment. Some of you may remember it. It was very frustrating and I didn't enjoy it. And she's emailing me now because I blocked her on YouTube. Like she can't comment in the live stream chat because I finally blocked her and she's emailing me. She's like, I'll pay you $100 to come on stream and talk to you. I'm like, I don't think that would be worth it. I think that I would rather do literally anything else and just get $100 of donos from stream from not having to talk to someone who I don't like. I can't even remember what was the difficult thing about talking to her is that she did not it was impossible to keep her on track. She like wanted to talk about some specific issue like kids transitioning or something like that. Or like, yeah, basically I think that was her thing was like, she was like, I don't think that we should teach kids transition or like, I don't think we should teach kids about gay people in schools. Like it was the don't say gay stuff. She was like, I agree with the don't say gay stuff as a trans woman and a parent. Take the $100, let them on stream, and then immediately block them again 5 seconds in. No. But the reason why it was so hard to have a conversation with her is that, like, you ever talk to someone who, like, they say something, and you try to respond, and then the next thing that they say is completely fucking unrelated? That is some actual parasocial attachment. I mean, yeah, it's been like 2 years that she's been commenting on my shit. She's tenacious. Like, she was commenting on my videos before she started showing up in the live stream chat. How can you have a conversation when someone can't even keep on track with their own points, pivots for days? Yeah, I don't... It's fucking maddening. Her name was CJ. I don't know if you remember that last year. It was a one-off, and the conversation did not get uploaded to the main channel. It was not uploaded to the main channel. All my gishes are galloped. Yeah, it was not a good time. Oh, gosh. She was a trans woman who wanted to talk to me on stream last year, and we did that, and like she's emailing me again because she's blocked from the YouTube chat. She was emailing me like, she was like, I saw that you had a donation goal of $100. I'll pay that in order to get on stream with you or have a pre-recorded conversation. Like, where is it? Oh my God, where is my email at? What is this email here? She said, if you're up to it, I would love either a live stream of you and I talking or even a pre-recorded conversation. I've recently noticed that you set a $100 streaming goal, and I'm willing to guarantee that total to have that conversation. We can discuss topics beforehand and our answers, or live, but be open for conversations. I think it's important if we want to have, quote, real conversation with people and maybe why they feel the same. I think the best way forward for the, quote, trans community is to have an understanding. If we as a community cannot agree, how can we hope cis-conforming people are going to agree with us? Let me know what you think. Like, yeah, dude, CJ, if you can fucking stay on topic, that would be great. But I don't think she can. And I don't even know if she was deliberately not addressing direct points or questions. Just like, I think it's when, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's when you successfully negate someone's stupid opinion and then they just immediately shift the goalposts. Hello, Leftist Owl. Welcome in. How are we doing tonight? Some people just have connections between different points in their brain that aren't actually logical. It's $100 up front or not talking. The money up front. I don't want her money. I just don't want to have annoying conversations. Like you talk about sexuality and they suddenly talk about trans indoctrination and you're like, what? Oh, but to them there's a real like, well, yeah, but like, it's like if someone says, well, I don't think that this is okay. And I'm like, well, this is why it's okay and good and necessary. And then they're like, well, what about this other thing? And it's like, I would like you to address what I just said, please. It's very frustrating. Anyway, I'm glad you got a new job. Nice. What about? Just stay on fucking topic. I have this frustration during arguments in my real life sometimes too, where like, someone has an issue and they're trying to talk to you about it and you're like, okay, well, I would like to try to figure out how to address this issue. And then they're like, but what about this other thing that you've also done recently that I found annoying? And it's like, well, can we, like, how do you expect me to give any of your issues like the appropriate time and attention if you are going to like bring all of them up at once, you know? Like, we're not going to get anywhere if we just bring up all the problems that we've had for the past however long it's been. Decoy Duck, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate. Thank you so much. White name genocide. No more white names. Oh my God, excuse me. Remember when we were talking about World of Warcraft earlier? And it was a fun time. Remember when we were having a good time? White name is a slur. It's true. No more white names. This is also a fun time. It felt like it was difficult to get through. Like, I don't often feel like... I mean, maybe it's because we don't usually have this much conflict between me and you all. Like, even when you all are annoyed with me... Like, this felt like it was difficult for us to get on the same page, but that, like, I feel like we've mostly gotten on the same page. Does it feel that way? Yeah, it's people who are like, I don't want a solution, I want to be mad. Offer still stands for a free month sub. I will consider it. It was actually very tense and stressful and difficult. This is what conflict management is. Sometimes it involves like being really stressed and upset for a while, but being willing to be like, yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I thought you got really angry at me at one point, and I was like, yeah, I was a little bit frustrated with you at one point, but I was not like that mad at you. I'm not gonna nuke anyone from my community about this, right? So this lady uses the excuse of debate to talk about all the things she hates you for. I don't think she hates me. I think she's just like a older conservative trans woman. I think it was valuable, but definitely counts as a, quote, difficult conversation. Sometimes you've just got to have those, though. Oh, Leftist Owl. Like, I got an email from a trans woman who've actually blocked from the channel. She wants to come on stream. She was going to pay me to talk to me on stream, and I just don't want to do it. Because we've already talked to her on stream, and it was not a good time. But yeah, no, I value being able to have those difficult conversations. Like, I also want to model not doubling down constantly. I'm like, I could have doubled down. I could have just been like, well, I disagree with you and I want to call everybody retarded. Like, I could have just... I'll go on the top right if you're on desktop. If you're on, like, a computer, the website, on the top right, there's a button that says, like, account. And you click that account button. There's like a drop-down menu for pronouns, and you pick your ones out of the drop-down menu, and then there's a green save button in the bottom right. And then you can come back. You have a weird number of people who hate you despite you being overall a chill person. Yeah, that's a really good point. Although I usually feel like I'm more ignored than hated. Like, I just feel like, for the most part, people ignore me completely. Honestly, I'm surprised that more people don't hate Lux. Honestly, like, I get a lot less hate than I expect I would. I get a lot of indifference. Yeah, exactly, Quantum Cactus, for sure. Trying to understand different points and taking on board disagreements and different perspectives is super good for your personal growth and development, and additionally for community building and forming bonds between people despite differences. Yeah, EOT and Gara, yeah, that was, I mean, it was just not that much heat compared to, like, there are other trans people who are even the same size creator as me who have gotten way more hate. And I feel like I've always said like, I was as much of a hardcore SJW as Milo Stewart was, but for some reason Milo Stewart was the one who had a bunch of, like, really fucked up shit directed toward them. Like, comparatively, I've always been ignored. I ran into an EOT video and got so annoyed by their attitude and hate for you and others. What video was it, Owl Lester? Which one was it? You should have her on the stream, but stream it to Chatterbait and call it NB Dom's Lesbian. No. Let's not do that. Yeah, to be clear, I don't have any lasting ill feelings toward any of you, even if I was annoyed with you during the segment. Like, I just have to, like, I mean, I think that most people have this reaction where they get mad, and they're like, instead of admitting that they're wrong, they, like, lash out at people. And in this instance, I'm just having to admit that I was wrong instead of lashing out at all of you. Like, yeah, I mean, like, I have never called an autistic person or a person with Down syndrome retarded in that targeted slur way. But, you know, I could also call a straight guy a faggot. But it's unacceptable to me to do that, even if, like, oh, you know, what I'm actually criticizing about him is that he's weak and effeminate and not a real man, and so I'm calling him a faggot. Like, okay, well, that is also not okay to do. Like, if, you know, and if I'm criticizing a non-autistic person and I'm calling them retarded, like, that is still, like, at least do it knowingly. At least knowingly acknowledge that you're criticizing someone for being incompetent, and like unintelligent and, like, adjacent to characteristics that we consider like adjacent to mentally retarded, like, people, or like the previous diagnosis of that. I think this discourse is just pointless. Please just talk about stuff that actually affects disabled people. So many people still use the R slur, and it's not going to change anytime soon by being a Puritan about it. Well, you know, we say that, Leftist Owl, but I also have Zoomers in my YouTube chat who are telling me that they haven't basically not heard the word retarded being used in this way until coming onto the internet and like seeing it here. So like it is possible for us to make this decision and to like change, like it is possible to change the culture on this. I can't hear the word faggot as an insult without seeing that image of Joe Biden in my head. Oh, maybe I don't know the image you're talking about. I'm gonna get some water really fast so that I can take this pill. Ooh, I used too many slurs. The stream is not getting recommended to people anymore. It's hard to be reasonable. It's hard to do reasonable and useful things when emotions are super high and things feel upsetting. Yeah. Too many slurs. I'm gonna go back to bed. Yeah, see ya. Spider, oh my god. That was savage. Oh man. Your mom's not getting recommended to people anymore. If we're doing slurs, let's do slurred speech. I am trying to, I think I'm gonna try to abstain from alcohol completely this month. I think I drank like the last of the little bit of vodka that I had left a couple days ago. But for the most part, I'm going to try not to spend any money on alcohol this month and be a good boy and save all my money because I appreciate every single dollar that comes in from my streaming job. Abstinence only education? Wait, what? Oh yeah, abstinence only on the alcohol. I mean, I don't know. I'm just not gonna, like, if I am offered a drink, I might drink one, but I'm probably just gonna try not to buy any. Yep. I'm just doing my best. Sometimes people in here are, like, talking about, like... Oh, hold on, wait. I hate when people act like they just want to be mad instead of solving the problem, so they just shut down anything I suggest, sometimes while even admitting that the ideas I'm proposing are good. Anthony, I think that you and I might have the same problem. And I just experienced a situation in my real life where I probably am going to need to apologize for doing this. So here's the thing. I never really think of this as being a me problem. But this is absolutely a me problem. And what the me problem is that, you know, sometimes you'll see these stereotypical situations where it's like a heterosexual couple, a man and a woman, and the woman comes home from work and she's like, I've just been having such a problem with so-and-so in the office and da-da-da-da-da. And the husband's like, well, why don't you just tell her that you're upset? And she's like, that's not the point, da-da-da-da-da. And like it comes down to like the wife just wants to vent and be listened to. And the husband is trying to solve the problem. Like, well, I didn't think that this applied to me, but I just realized quite recently that, yeah, no, I'm that person that leaps into problem solving. And I think that can be overwhelming for people. Like, if I have a conflict with someone, you know, and we're both like upset with each other, I tend to recalibrate and go into problem solving mode way sooner than the other person does. And that means that I end up putting undue pressure on the situation where like the other person might still be like upset and processing their emotion, but problem solving is a really useful skill, but it's kind of a defense mechanism for accepting and dealing with the emotions of the other because you focus on action, on fact, not feeling, and they may need more feely bits. Yeah, like this is one of those dragon moments for me. Like Saphira, my favorite dragon in the novel that I like so much, at one point she says like, she's like, either she's like, if there's a problem, like either there's an action that I can take to make the situation better or there isn't. And all other conversation on the topic is so much meaningless noise. And like, I do resonate with that. I don't think that it's necessarily the right way to do your relationships, but I just am really frustrated when people are like, I'm just really upset with you. And I'm like, okay, well, what do you want me to do about it? And they're like, I don't want you to do anything. Like, what the fuck do you want me to, like, why are you even telling me that you're upset if you don't want me to fix it? You just want it to become my problem now? Like, you just want to make me feel bad along with you? Like, that's how it feels to me when someone, like, I get, like, there's a difference between someone has a problem, and like there's a difference between someone has a problem with something else and someone has a problem with me. Like if someone has a problem with me, I do tend to just be like, well, why the fuck are you telling me that you have a problem with me if you don't want me to fix it? Like, what do you expect from me? I find like I'm like, what do you want? Smuggy chat? Wait, what about Smuggy chat? The problem solving thing is an autistic thing as far as I know. I love other autistic people. Other autistic people do this too. There's less hassle. We just solve the problem. Yeah, like holy shit. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. Sometimes it's a problem that I caused and I want to fix, but the other person won't let me fix it. Like, yeah, like what the fuck do you want? I get wanting the empathy, but it can be frustrating to be put in that situation sometimes too. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Anthony. I you know what's really funny is I was like watching. Yeah, I was watching Demon Mama's stream VOD, and so I could see all of her YouTube VOD in the side. And I actually, currently I can see, Anthony, that you were in Demon Mama's YouTube chat also. It's funny, like I'll see people in, there was Grady HD too. I recognize Grady HD from my YouTube chat, who was in Demon Mama's chat on Sunday. The way I see it, if you want empathy, you need to give empathy, and not putting a complicated, undeveloped position on another person is the empathetic thing to do. Oh, good night, she who knows no name. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you so much. I have not seen Wednesday yet. Probably won't see Wednesday, TBH. Don't really care about that at all. I'm autistic and also problem-solving oriented, but the problem is by the time I bring it up, I'm already done finding a solution, but still emotional about it / needing to vent. Therefore, I get mad that the person is suggesting the simplest fix ever, as if I hadn't thought of it. Yeah. Wednesday is for tomorrow. God, tomorrow's a therapy day. I am getting to a point in my life where I'm really not excited about therapy. But I need to do it. I think when you don't want to do the things that are supposed to make your life better is when you need to do them the most. Like when you really, really, really don't want to go outside and take a walk in the beautiful sunshine, it's probably like the time that it's more important for you to do that. I had therapy during the mama part of the stream. It was awkward. Why? I don't want to go to therapy. I want therapy. Well, the good thing about my therapy is that I do it here. Not with this camera. This is too good of a camera for my therapist. Come on. I think the concept of empathy genuinely is very confusing. I don't think I'm unempathetic, but I also don't really know if empathy is something intuitive or something that can be learned. I think it's something that can be learned because like, I think that you are gonna be more and more empathetic. Oh man, maybe I can find this fucking Facebook thing. Hold on, wait, it was a while ago. Shit, fuck. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Oh my god. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Empathy. We're on empathy. Hold on. Come on, please. Please. How long ago did I share this? It cannot have been that long ago. Oh yeah, I need to get a sustain pedal for my keyboard. That is something that I need. Okay, here, I found it. I found it. Empathy. Shit, fuck. Yeah, true. My 8-year-old told me tonight that when she finds it hard to like someone at school, she imagines them waking up and choosing their clothes and their parents helping them get ready and hoping they have a good day, and that makes it easier to care for them. This is definitely one of those, like, I'm not sure if that actually happened on the internet moments, but, you know, it was sweet. And I think that is, like, I think that that's the key to empathy, is, like, talking about this whole problem-solving thing that I have a tendency to launch right into, like, the situation that I'm dealing with in my personal life this past week or two, is, like, conflict happened. There was a, you know, trying to figure out that conflict kind of conversation, which was quite difficult. And then things started to get more normal in that relationship. And but there has still been, like, some distance. Like, there hasn't been, it still feels like things might not be totally settled after the conflict, right? And I realized, like, over the past, like, since the conflict occurred, I've been like, here's something that I would like to do problem-solving wise, and here's another thing that I would like to do problem-solving wise, and, like, making all these bids for connection and trying to solve the problem. And then I realized, like, I was getting all fucking twisted about it. Like, I was doing the borderline personality thing you do, or I don't know if it's BPD exclusive, but, like, that thing you do where you're like, it's like if your partner agrees to call you when they're on their way home from work, and then they don't call you one day, and you're sitting there going, like, they didn't even care enough to call me. Like, I can't believe they would do this. Like, they don't even, like, maybe they're not even gonna come home. Maybe they're going to cheat on me and go somewhere else. And then they get home, like, an hour late or whatever, and you're like, where were you? Were you with some woman? Like, you didn't even care to call me. And, like, they're like, no, like, my phone died and I didn't have my charger, and then there was a really bad accident on the way back home. So, like, I found myself doing that. Like, when someone needs space from me, I find myself imagining all of the hateful things that they would think about me in that space, which, like, first of all, isn't very kind toward the people who love you. Like, it's not very kind. But, like, I realized that I was inventing a lot of bullshit, and I was like, okay, so the reality is, like, this person hasn't been as responsive to me this week, and objectively, that's what is happening. The person is not being as responsive as usual. So if I just leave the judgments there, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're not going to be friends anymore or anything like that. Oh my god, my brain just fucking completely died. Yeah, so I could also say, like, well, maybe that person is just, like, think of a different explanation, you know? Like, if your brain is going to, I think that this person hates me and they don't want to talk to me anymore and we're not going to be friends anymore, And then you realize, like, okay, the objective fact is just that they're not quite as responsive this week. So let's think of another possible solution. Oh, maybe they're just a little overwhelmed by the fact that I launched into problem solving so soon. Like, maybe they were already stressed about something else going on in their life, and then they had conflict with me, and that was stressful, and then I kept pushing conflict management stuff on them and like kept trying to like fix things. And so like the practice of empathy is like the practice of being able to imagine the reasons and like the driving forces behind why people are doing what they're doing. Like, it's like, first of all, it's understanding the circumstances of that person, and then being able to say, so it makes sense to me why you would think the way that you thought, or whatever. Like, it's that, like, instead of thinking that my friend doesn't want to talk to me anymore and that we're not friends anymore because they're being a little bit distant, like, the ability to be like, oh, maybe I just overwhelmed them and they're really stressed out. I would also feel maybe a little overwhelmed and stressed out if I was upset with someone and they tried to launch into problem solving before I was ready. And it's that emotional connection moment where you go like, oh, now I understand why they are behaving the way that they're behaving. And that, I personally feel that helps me with my own emotional processing. If I think, oh, that person is probably just overwhelmed, and like anyone would be overwhelmed, like it makes sense, and you validate that sensation of like anyone would be overwhelmed if they were working a very difficult job and juggling all these things, and the world is difficult, and you know, relationships are all hard. Yeah, relating to and understanding the possible behavior of others, seeing their reasons, even if it's not what your reason would be. Grief is super weird and personal, and I feel one of the hardest things to empathize with. Grief is hard to empathize with unless you've been through it. Because I probably wouldn't have understood a few years ago, like, really how upsetting it can be to lose a pet. But now I fucking sure do. I miss Lucy so much sometimes. Sometimes it just goes from like 0 to 9 real fast. Oh, that was unexpected. Yeah, but like, so now that I've been through that experience, or like if I could, now that I've had a pet die, I can imagine what it would be like to lose a parent, even though I haven't lost a parent. So if one of my friends was like, my mom died, I would have been like, I could be like, wow, that feels, that's so big. Like, I can't even imagine what you're going through. I'm so sorry. Like, you know, and then like, if I was going through that, here are the kind of things that I would think and want, and like being able to extend some grace, I think, is also a big part of empathy. Like, you're less likely to hold someone personally accountable if you are better able to understand where they're coming from. Like, even the most fucked up behaviors, with an application of empathy, you can come to understand. Even if you don't approve, there's a difference between understanding, like, and you can validate something and not approve, you know? What's up, Beth? Yeah, I've been going for a while. Yeah, it's like 4.5 hours now. Usually the first time you lose someone, you go off of what you think it should feel, what others have shared with you, and it's harder to really understand and accept your own emotions in those times, I think. One reason that I'm happy that I was a fan of Unis Annus when it happened was that, like, I hadn't had any major deaths in my life at that point, and I had an opportunity to experience a type of loss and relate it to death in my mind and be able to come to a place of understanding and acceptance of that. So then, like, 6 months later, like 6 months to the day after Unis Honest was deleted, our cat, Deegan the Mighty, died pretty badly. Like, it was not, he didn't like go peacefully. It was a very, very bad time. But I was like mentally prepared for that. I had the like skills that I needed to get through that. I think my issue with Lucy is that I didn't have the opportunity to process his death in the same way. Like, when Deegan died, there was, like, I was in therapy and I had time to focus on and think about it and recover. And I also was like being the primary support for my partner, because it was his cat. And yeah, well, but after Lucy died, my relationship with my partner was getting worse. Like, it was increasingly hostile, and I didn't have the emotional support that I needed, like, throughout that whole process. It was like not consistent. I was not getting consistent emotional support through that process. And then I had my IUD inserted, which was like the most fucked up and painful thing that has ever happened to me. And I also didn't have the emotional support that I needed through that. And then I decided that I was going to move out of living with my partner, who I've lived with for like over 10 years. So I'm still dealing with my grief over Lucy dying, because it's been like barely over 6 months, or I guess it's like 6 months, 7 months. Yeah, it's like 7 months now. I'm still dealing with that because this is where PTSD comes from. PTSD is not like caused by the traumatic thing that happens to you. PTSD is caused by not having the emotional support and space to process your emotions afterwards. Like, having something fucked up happen to you and then having to repress that or like compartmentalize it for the purposes of like, I have other shit that I need to deal with. That's where the trauma happens, you know? So I actually still have a big trauma reaction if I spend very much time thinking about like my IUD recovery situation, because I didn't have the because I didn't have the emotional space to process it. Good night, Owl Lester. Yeah. I mean, at this point, like, I'm just kind of like chatting. I'm not like tired enough to get off stream, really. Like, I could quit stream, but I also could just keep talking. Yeah, we were talking about empathy, and like, yeah, empathy is kind of a big conversation. It's been a night for big emotions. We've had big conflicts. We've come together. We've split apart. We've come together. I hope not. You know, that's one of those things where sometimes you just realize, like, you know what? There's probably been at least once in the history of me streaming that someone has jerked off, like, while the live stream was on in their space. And like, are you jerking off because of the live stream, or do you just happen to be horny and you don't want to turn off the live stream? Like, it must have happened. I played the fifth. Oh no. Oh man. RGR would be horrified. I know. The idea that people, and also like, I mean, this is part of why I don't really have a problem having a fansly, or like, obviously, like, fully clothed fansly. I don't ever post any nudes there. But if I were to post feet there, I'm like, people already jack off to public photos. There have been a couple times where I posted a picture one time recently that was like, I have such massive resting bitch face. Like, that was the whole photo. I just took a photo and was like, I have massive resting bitch face. And several people were like, oh my God, you look hot. I'm like, I just have resting bitch face. Like, someone's probably jerked off to your public photos. And RGR would hate that. I know, it's thought crimes. Shut the fuck up, Friday. Hot bitch. Okay, listen. I could go on. I could continue just sitting here talking with you for a while, but everybody and their fucking mom is streaming tonight, so I'll let you go. If you want to go hang out with Jess and Xena, if Demon Mama's still going, if Vosh is still going, I will set you free to go do whatever the fuck you want to do for the rest of the night. And I imagine that I will see you on Thursday. I don't think that there's anything else going on this week. So, yeah. Anyway. Yup. Gonna hang with DM. Yeah, I'm not. I'm gonna go back to listening to my audiobook. That's what I've been doing lately is audiobooks. Okay. Well, be good, Horties. Thank you for being patient with... Well, thank you for being patient with me and for losing your patience with me. Sometimes I need to be corrected. Okay? So thanks for doing that for me. And, yeah, I'll see you later.